It is now 1800 hours. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-17 to order. The invocation will be given by Pastor Joshua Harris of Riverlife Christian Center, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by CREA, our leadership group. So, Pastor, step forward. And please rise.
Let us pray.
Thank you, Father.
Gracious Heavenly Father, first and foremost, God, we come and we say thank you. Lord, we thank you for a brand new day, for clearly this is the day that you have made, and we choose to rejoice and be glad in it, Father. We thank you for the use and activity of our limbs. We thank you for the sound mind that you've given us. We thank you, God, that you are sovereign, that you cause all things to work together for the good of those who love you, to those that are called according to your purpose. We thank you that you're a gracious and a merciful God, that you have separated us from our sin as far as the east is from the west, that you have said that we can come before your throne with boldness, that we might find grace to help and mercy in time of need, Father. We thank you that your ear is inclined unto the cry of your people. We thank you for every morsel of meat, every grain of bread, every thread of clothing your hands have provided. We thank you, Lord, for every blessing that has overtaken us in the way. And we thank you, Lord, that your promises are still yes and amen, that you still have great things in store for us. You said that the latter would be greater than the former. Lord God, that your plans toward us were that of good and not of evil, to bring unto us an expected end, plans to prosper us, to give us hope and give us a future. So, Father, we thank you. Father, I lift up these, your servants, Lord God. You said that we were to pray for those who were in positions of authority, for rulers, Lord God, for governors. And Father, we just pray that you would continue to order their steps. Your word declares that we devise our plans in our heart, but you're the one who orders our steps. So, Father, we ask that you would give them wisdom, Lord. I'm reminded of Solomon's prayer, that you would give them an understanding heart, that they would discern good from bad, good from evil, better from best, Lord God, and that ultimately your name would receive all the glory, all the honor, all the majesty, and all the praise. I lift up this body of people, Lord God, coming to have their matters heard, coming to have their voices heard. I pray, God, that you would maintain each of their calls, that you would bless them, that you would order their steps, that you would encourage their hearts, that you would use them, Lord God, to make your name great in the earth, Father God, to stand upon the rooftops, to shout of your goodness and sing of your praises, Lord God. I pray for order. I pray for decency. I pray, Father God, in the name of Jesus, that you would bind the hands of Satan, God, that he would have no quarter in this room, no quarter in this city, Father God, and that your name would be praised, Father God. I pray that you would give us all wisdom, Lord God. Give us all patience. Give us all a humble spirit, Father God, that we would walk pleasing and in a way that pleases you, Father God. We just lay this proceeding before you, God, and we just ask that you would have your way. As you taught the disciples to pray, we ask, God, that your kingdom would come, that your will would be done, that every law, every decree, every decision, every appointment, every election, Lord God, would be to your honor and glory and for the good of your people. Yes. And Father, we'll be careful to give your name all the praise. We join with heaven's host in declaring that thine is the greatness, thine is the majesty, thine is the glory, O Lord, for worthy is the Lamb to receive honor and glory and riches and power and majesty, dominion and might. Father, we bless you and we thank you that you have inclined your ear to us and have heard our prayer. Father, we pray this prayer in the name that is above every name. We pray in the name that at the mention of it, every knee should bow and tongue confess. In the name of your beloved Son and our beloved Savior, we pray in Jesus' name. And all of God's people said, amen, amen, and amen.
Thank you. CREA, Community Revitalization Alliance, come lead us in the pledge. Thank you.
We pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Thank you. That was so motivating to have everyone say the Pledge of Allegiance simultaneously. I don't know about you, but I got motivated. Hoorah! Madam Jones, we're on roll call.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor.
We have announcements. One term expiring on the Police and Firefighters Retirement Pension Plan, Board of Trustees. This represents board elected positions. One vacancy on the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Board. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the clerk's office at 952-3414.
Okay, we're now on agenda revisions. For those of you that are keeping score, Mr. Morton, any agenda revisions?
I have no agenda revisions.
Madam Smith, any agenda revisions? Council members, any agenda revisions?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move public hearing item number 1 and new business item number 1 before presentations.
Public hearing item number 1. And new business number 1. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
say?
Yes, sir.
That's the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need a second, gentlemen.
Second.
I got a motion and new business number 1. Hold on, let me get this straight here. Okay. Before presentations?
Yes, sir.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson and seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on public hearing number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-16, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 1, Block 1547, Port Malabar Unit 32, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 36 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Just also by way of information, I know we've been asked to make this process a little more straightforward and streamlined if possible. We are currently working on that. Obviously, we're not there yet. I would ask staff to come up real briefly and present this item. Thank you, Mr. Brinkley.
Good evening, Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director. This is a standard vacate of easement for a build. It is also along the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District. They want to put a pool behind their home, basically. We need to vacate a portion of the right-of-way, or the easement for a canal of ours that runs into it. No issues with utilities, no issues with FP&L, anything like that, so.
Thank you. Hold on, stand fast. Any questions, council? Seeing, yeah?
None.
Okay. Seeing none, carry on. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? Mr. Joseph or Tranisha Norwood?
Here.
You're the applicant, ma'am. Come on up.
It was so many numbers.
Understood, ma'am. Just come on in. Come on in. Would you like to present your case, ma'am?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tramisha Norwood. Recently moved to Palm Bay, and I retired from the military after serving for 22 years, and I built my retirement home here in Palm Bay, and so far so good. However, it's getting a little hot, and I wouldn't mind having a pool in the back. Like he stated, it doesn't affect the utilities and my neighbors or anything of that matter, so just, request if we can make that happen.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for your service, moreover. 22 years.
Yes, sir.
United States Army or?
Navy.
Oh, United States Navy, yes. Well, you see the love of your community right here?
Thank you.
How patriotic we are, especially coming close to the 4th of July.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you
so
for
much.
your, any questions of the applicant, gentlemen? No, but I got to tell you, we're really proud of your willingness to serve our great nation, so thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can carry on, man. All right, council, or anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? I'll repeat that. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Congratulations, ma'am. You got one more reading, okay? Thank you. Okay, we're now on new business number 1, and thank you again for your service, ma'am. Hoorah. Yeah, that's the Marine Corps, hoorah. We're now on new business item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. The city's evaluated a potential public acquisition of a portion of approximately, I guess it would be approximately 135.19 plus or minus acres of the former Major's Golf Course property, also referenced in the appraisal attached as Eden at Bayside Lakes. I know council's been working on this or just discussing this for a while, and I'd like to turn this over to Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. In 2024, during the campaign season, myself, Councilman Langevin, Councilman Hammer, we met with the Bayside community and we heard the concerns about, protecting the sanctity of what Bayside is supposed to look like. And it's an unfortunate thing about, what happened to the golf course. And, that happened before a lot of us even served on council, or even all of us served on council, the potential to buy the golf course back in like 2018 for a much smaller sum while the golf course is still operational. And, Mayor Medina and Councilman Johnson over the years have personally denied projects that came forth for any, rezoning. And to protect the sanctity of that, all of us in our individual capacities have been working in some way with the seller or the seller's representative to find a solution, to find a path forward. And, the proposal, kind of the structure of the deal is starting to take shape. And, there's times in the last few years where, she's had offers upwards over $30 million to buy that golf course for 700 homes. And so, the city's proposing to purchase approximately 135 acres of the 189 acres that makes up the former Major's golf course, and strictly for preservation, conservation, and expand the initiative of the Palm Bay Land Trust that this council approved several months ago. Ideally, purchasing the entire property of the 189 acres would be the best thing, but it's simply not a financially feasible avenue that the city can take forth. So the remaining acreage that we're proposing would stay with the current owner, and any future development that they so desire would still have to come before the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Council for set approvals. But based on the legislative memorandum and the current vision, I believe, of this council, that development would be primarily commercial, with the possibility of a small unit plan development of just townhomes, but strictly no apartments whatsoever. But again, that's kind of speculative because there's no development plans in place. That land's not under contract. There's nothing that's taken forth with that remaining 50 acres. So Mr. Morton and staff obtained an independent appraisal, and we just received that in May of this year to support the purchase and to ensure the city's offering fair market value and an offer that the seller could be willing to accept. Again, we have to speak publicly about what the terms look like, what the maximum purchase price that we feel comfortable with. So we're at a disadvantage, right? The sunshine law is extremely important, but in situations like this, it kind of hinders how your real estate transactions can be negotiated. And the city would also use the broker of record to handle the council's directive and handle the negotiations with the seller if they're open to discussions. And some high-level conversations have already taken place. Otherwise, this wouldn't even made it to the agenda tonight for discussion. So Scott Loveridge is here tonight with Relentless Real Estate, and he'll come up shortly for a short presentation. But this authorization, if accepted by the seller, serves several critical public purposes. First, it provides the land needed for future deep well injection facilities to manage excess reclaimed water. When the golf course closed, the city had nowhere to sell reclaimed water. And so regardless of whether the city is successful in purchasing the Majors golf course or not, the city is still going to have to buy land somewhere nearby to deep well inject the reclaimed water. So today we produce more reclaimed water than we can beneficially use, and we need a safe and environmentally responsible and cost-effective long-term solution. This property also creates the opportunity for a regional stormwater park, which we know one of the major functions of the golf course was for stormwater retention and cleansing of water before it went off either to the St. Johns or the Indian River Lagoon. So this helps address long-term drainage and water management needs. It also will act as a future regional park, which their high-level visions are made for that, but community input, recreational advisory board would be involved in and staff planning and studies would kind of find a path forward. So there's not immediate plans to, if the sale goes through and closes, to immediately turn it into a regional park. The immediate purpose is to stop it from ever going into the hands of a large-scale developer. So I understand not everyone will agree with this decision, but I view it as a practical compromise that delivers significant long-term benefits. It prevents the potential construction of over 600 homes and avoids an estimated 1,500 additional vehicle trips on our roadways, preserves open space and addresses multiple infrastructure needs for future generations, and the opportunity to create a regional park for our community. It's also important that the city act while we still have the ability to shape our community. Over the past several years, the state has steadily reduced local control through legislation such as the Live Local Act, Senate Bill 102. Also Senate Bill 784 that shifted the final plat approvals from elected council bodies to an administrative process. And most recently, in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County, Senate Bill 1434 passed the Infill Redevelopment Act. That legislation creates pathways to accelerate development on environmentally impacted or inactive recreational properties, specifically targeting golf courses that are no longer open. The reality is that these state-mandated laws reduce the authority of boards like ours, local elected officials, to make land use decisions that directly affect our residents. It's only a matter of time before that State Infill Development Act affects our community. I mentioned before that the city officials back in 2018 missed an opportunity. Well, this council and this administration have an opportunity to make a once-in-a-generation investment that preserves land, protects our infrastructure, and benefits Palm Bay for decades to come. The structure of the deal financing we would not use general fund taxes. The largest portion of the funding would consist of impact fee funding paid for by developers. Impact fee balances have to be spent in certain time periods and within certain zip codes, or the city could lose the money. A portion of the park impact fees are approaching expiration due to poor planning by previous city management, which means we use it or lose it. If we do not invest these dollars in an eligible park and recreation project in this zip code, those funds may ultimately have to be returned instead of being used to improve our community. The remaining deal structure would be funded through utility enterprise funds and stormwater fees. There's a popular country song, Buy Dirt, by Jordan Davis featuring Luke Bryan. It highlights simple wisdom: you can't buy happiness, but you can buy dirt. And I'm asking tonight if the residents and council can see a vision and move forward with the motion of a deal to structure to allow the city real estate broker to negotiate a path forward for the purchase of the 135 acres of the Majors golf course. And I'll pass to Mr. Morton for anything I may have missed or anything he may have wanted to add.
Thank you.
Mr. Morton?
Thank you. We do have the broker here, and I'll be on standby for any questions, council, you have, or any questions I need to answer from the technical standpoint or potential steps to move forward.
Are you calling the broker up, sir?
If that is council's pleasure, yes, if we're ready for that.
Please step forward.
How you doing tonight? Good. So working with Matt, we've looked around at surrounding areas that have sold.
Can you get closer to the mic,
Sorry.
sir?
So working with
State
Matt.
your name.
Scott Leverage, broker of Relentless Real Estate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So working with Matt, we've been looking around at recent golf courses that have been closed, that have sold. The closest one being Turtle Creek Golf Course, which is right in Rockledge. And the prices that we're coming up with off of those based, or those that have sold, are based on our prices at a pretty high level. So the council has been working with the seller already on different pricing and what she's come up with for she wants to sell versus what the appraisal is. So we were just trying to come up with a happy median in the middle that can be agreeable by all parties.
Any questions, council? I will say this, that is currently zoned 5 to 1 acre lots. So that pricing should be deemed accordingly, that appraisal. I will say that. So, hold on, I've got someone that wants to speak and, oh, is that the city manager?
Sorry, just to
Carry
correct,
on.
just to correct for the record, because it should be very clear. And I know you don't know all the nuance, sir, so no offense. Council has not been working with the seller, as Mr. Lever
that was-
stated. Yeah,
yeah.
Staff
Okay.
has been talking with the seller to get an offer produced. I just want to be clear for the record, so no one asks, well, what has council been doing? You haven't been doing anything on that piece of it. So
Okay.
For clarity,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Any additional questions, gentlemen? None? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Leverage, did you happen to have a presentation or a slideshow or anything that?
I do, and I can send it to everybody. I don't have it here to come up, but I do have all of the recent sales of the golf courses, what the median house pricing is around the golf course, what those have raised up to after the sales of the golf courses, and for what you guys are talking about doing is going to do nothing but raise the pricing of those houses that are surrounding that.
So based on your due diligence and your professional experience, as is the way the golf course is currently zoned and based on the city's intentional uses of creating a regional park, preserving land, and, deep well injection for reclaimed water and stormwater facility, like what do you think of the valuation range is?
So I think that between where the appraisal came in and what the asking price is on the property, I'd say we're right in the middle, maybe a little bit lower than right in the middle is an average of what it should go for.
Okay. And do you see it common in real estate transactions, buyers paying more for property if it serves a higher purpose and there's
100%.
more of a want than a need?
There's two ways to look
Yeah.
at it, right? Is you got to pay more because of the premium that you guys want for the property, that what it can do for the community, and then vice versa. On the seller side is the city's one of the main buyers, potential buyers for it. So the seller has to look at that as being a potential bargaining tool for your side, as well as the improvements to the community as a bargaining tool for her side. So that's why I think you should probably
And,
right in the
and
middle.
in 2018, I believe the city had the opportunity to purchase the property for $2 million. So now we're in 2026. If we fail to act and a new council comes in 4 or 5 years from now, the price typically will just go up.
Yeah, I mean, the average of what these golf courses around here have sold for are $79,000 an acre.
Yeah, and we're looking at what, high 40s, low 50s, thousand an acre.
Yes,
Okay. That concludes my questions, Mayor.
All right, thank you,
yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
I had something.
Oh, as you were, Councilman Hammer?
So with these other golf courses that, you're speaking of, are these golf courses that were built before the community or golf courses that were built after the community was in? Because I think one of the strategic things that we have here is this serves as the watershed for that community. So
Correct.
this is a huge deal to where something happening in there can affect 4,700 residents. As you can see, people care about it.
Not even discussing the traffic.
With other golf courses, I've never seen something as strategic as our Melbourne Tillman running through it.
Right.
Even with what we just had in Titusville, they do not have strategic floodplains or watersheds within them.
Correct.
And I'm an avid golfer. Even when I hit my golf ball in the conservation area, we can't even go in and get it. So we have to think, there's areas in here that even if we wanted to do something, there's nothing that can be done. That's how I don't understand why we're even here.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying is bargaining tools for both ways, right? Like the seller could sit there and say, well, you need this conservation area, so it makes it more valuable to you guys because you really want this, water and all that other stuff. And then on the flip side is you can go to the seller and say, well, with all this conversation area that's there, you're not gonna be able to do what you're looking to do. Plus the fact that it's gonna create road blockage, it's gonna create all the issues that come with all the new development that everybody's not gonna want. And if you bought your house on a golf course and then you don't want an apartment building right behind your house, right? So I think it's pros and cons on both sides.
But are these other golf courses watersheds for
No,
5,000 residents?
no.
So that's where I think we're a little bit
So again,
different here.
it's zoned properly. You want to build on it, it's 1 acre, 5 acre lots, right? But that's 5 acre lots. That's estate homes.
Which is
And I'm
grand.
sure the properties owners surrounding it wouldn't mind estate homes around it, right? But carry on. Thank
Okay.
you. That concludes my questions or comments. So do we have speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor. Our first speaker is Lydia Barber.
Don't go anywhere, sir.
You sit down, Scott.
You can have a seat.
Hello, I'm Lydia Barber. I live at 1638 Falk Terrace Southeast. I live less than 2 miles from the golf course, what used to be the golf course, and I have played there. But my concern, and first I wanted to say thank you because there are things that you guys have done that have really been helpful in evaluating this whole situation, including having a website presence for Eden so that we can look at it and see what the plans are and how they're being dealt with. And one of the concerns that I have is if this doesn't happen, the traffic evaluation has 2 problems with it that I see. One is that it doesn't consider the growth that is happening without a major addition of community. Since I've lived here since 2019, I live off of Eldrin, 1 block. I have seen in 7 years over 100 homes built on property that is not part of a major community, it's part of the community that I moved into. And that doesn't seem to be being considered as part of the evaluation for traffic. Second thing is that in the current traffic evaluation that's on the website, it looks at the entrance and exit to Eden going this way. Well, across the street is Starbucks, right across the street. To get to Starbucks, you turn left off, if you're coming from Eldrin, you turn left through the tire business.
Mavis.
Go across their parking lot, around and behind. So in the morning, if there are some 700 homes built and there's no light there, and these people are coming out, and some of them are going to want to go across to, there are problems like that that are not addressed at all in the traffic plan. Across the street is a complete blank. So I'm hoping that this goes forward as you hope as well. And if it doesn't, I'm hoping that there are more things done with the traffic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa. I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing this to the consideration for the city council. This is a phenomenal plan from a sustainability aspect. As many know, I do serve on the Sustainability Advisory Board for the city of Palm Bay. But ultimately, what I wanted to talk about tonight is the impact that it's going to have on the local community. I have lived in the Port Malabar Country Club area for the last 15 years. I have seen what redeveloping a golf course looks like and impacts the neighborhood and the character and community around it. And I do not think that anybody in the city of Palm Bay wants to see that happen a second time with the majors. There was a lack of planning. There was a lack of consideration for environmental concerns. There was a lack of concern for water management when it came to redeveloping Port Malabar Country Club. And seeing us take a proactive stance as a city to potentially acquire that land for the purpose of sustainability, for the purpose of conservation, and to protect the character and of the community surrounding it. I think that is a phenomenal stance for you guys to take, and I would like to make sure that you understand the importance, that we do not want to revisit a mistake that has previously been met within the city of Palm Bay a second time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive, Southeast. Thank you, red shirts, for showing up. This is not going away, gentlemen. Basically, I'm in favor of this, okay? My only concern is, and I'm going to go back and forth a little bit, the Eden at Bayside is not going to pass muster. It's not going to go through zoning, it's not going to go through here. If, and by the way, everything I say, it's in my opinion. If somebody wants to put one house for every 5 acres, put 40 houses, $40 million houses on there, I have no problem. The problem is, most of this affects all of our quality of life. It's almost impossible to get to the dentist on time. Even if your crown falls out of your mouth, I can bear witness to that, okay? It's almost impossible to get a doctor appointment. The high school is packed. Now you're talking about 107 townhomes coming in, times 2.8 people. We've been here before. We've talked about this before. So my question again is 107 homes. I am almost petrified of the fact that once you guys migrate out, okay, if we don't have a contract that blocks apartments or storage units or car washes in there, you know, once that's gone, we're in trouble and we're here again rallying. I don't want to do that. So I understand, you make a great point. I'm looking at you getting this done now rather than down the road. So I'm hoping, and maybe you can help in this conversation, you can help me understand, if we have $9.5 million in impact fees, why can't we take it out of 32909, 32908, 32907? If you're putting something in there that all of those folks who live there have the ability to utilize that. I haven't understood just how impact fees, and why can't we get the lion's share of impact fees to mitigate the cost of this. So, I hate to say that if nothing happens, I mean, I'm hoping the seller doesn't want to wait another year before she comes to the table again and starts all of this once again. This is an opportunity for both of us. I understand she paid 2.1. Now we're looking at maybe 10 million. How much money do you have to have? Curious, I'm reading the word, every one of you, including the city manager, are Christians. You're all people of faith. The seller's a person of faith. When I first met her, when I was leaving, we sat and prayed. What would God do? The price should be fair, right? But let's hopefully that, I'm hoping that God's hand is involved in this, and that we can come to an amicable agreement. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Laura Harris.
Laura Hirsch Harris, 2027 Muirfield Way, Palm Bay, Florida. Thank you, council. I'm really, I didn't have anything really planned to say, except for I'm really grateful that you're all considering this, highly considering this. The golf course is like literally right across the street and buffers our whole community. There's a number of, I work in conservation and outdoor education, and green spaces are incredibly important. And I've heard you all say that, and I know you know that, but I agree with the water catchment. I wonder what would happen if it was developed, and what would happen to all that water. What would happen to the animals that are living there? And we just definitely need more recreational areas for people to be in, for more community to happen. So I would really love to see this happen, and I add my voice to everyone else who has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have 5 items to address. Item number 1, Bayside Lakes, as I keep being reminded, is an elite community. To the point, the Yellow Pages lists it as a separate identity from the city of Palm Bay. A separate identity from the city of Palm Bay. So they're that elite. So maybe they should come together and purchase the majors, not the non-residents of Bayside Lakes. Item number 2, 2019, the functioning golf course was bought for $2.1 million with a land zoning of general use. Now, in 2026, the non-functioning golf course with the same general use zoning she estimates at $10 million. Item number 3, the land can still be built with the general use, can be built on with the general use zoning. Density, 1 house per 5 acres, and a minimum lot size of 5 acres. Makes beautiful lot sites. The cost per acre, averaging out $100,000 an acre, right? That would make each lot $500,000 taxable profit without even a house on it, right? And yes, there is a demand for estate homes. Yes, there is. In fact, a well-known resident of Palm Bay, Pastor, what's his name? Oh, well. Ken Delgado. I know him as Ken Delgado, not as pastor. Pastor Ken Delgado, he's going to leave the city and buy in Deer Run because we don't have any rural residential housing in Palm Bay. Great loss for him, only because you can't see the future that we need estate homes. Item number 4. On this topic, I find my city council somewhat hypocritical. That's of my council. You sell the city land that could be used for the same function as the golf course land. You sold the vacant lots, and then now you're going to buy land. The land sale is to help fund road maintenance. I understand that. That's why you were selling it. Then you turn around and want to spend $7 to $10 million on someone else's land. I find that very hypocritical. You sell my parks, my recreation areas from the city, and then you go buy more from somebody else. Right? Final statement. My recommendation is just keep the zoning general use and not spend our money to bail out a failed business. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ann Davis.
So these are impact fees, correct, that we're discussing, Mr. Morton, while Ms. Davis comes up?
We've got a combination of impact fees and enterprise funds that would have otherwise had to purchase additional properties for some of the same functions.
That's the
Correct.
potential, okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Carry on.
Hi, my name is Ann Davis. I live at 123 Ridgemont Circle in Bayside Lakes, the separate area. Anyways, I've been a citizen of Palm Bay for 40 years, and I've been a citizen in the Bayside area for 20. I'm going to change some of what I wrote because I think Mike Jaffe did a really good job of kind of explaining things on where the funding would come through, and I saw a lot of collaboration in his discussion. So I do believe that everyone wants the same goal, to turn the abandoned golf course from its mess into something that improves our neighborhood, maintains the property values, and doesn't include high-density housing. I agree with your approach. I think the citizens are just concerned about how it would look, and I like the idea that there's going to be committees where we're involved in that process, because obviously we would like it to be more like a natural preserve look and not have, gravel roads and industry-looking buildings in there. Even though it's, fulfilling a need, you would want it to still look very natural. So I guess I'm requesting that the city commits to design standards and long-term maintenance because I would hate to have this done, people leave, and then it's not maintained, so 5 years after the fact, then you've got problems. So I'm just stating that. So I would say with thoughtful design and proper maintenance, I think this really can be a win-win approach. I like the fact that you guys are thinking out of the box, because whether people like it or not, this golf course is going to be something. I think people fought hard for it to be a golf course, and now it's a disaster. I think the amount of money to make it a golf course is not going to happen. I think the owner will continue to push the envelope to get as many houses on there as possible. I do believe that the state is doing a terrible job by tying the hands of communities and their ability to make decisions on behalf of their constituents. I think that's going to continue to get worse. And so I just think that this is very important, and I'm for it. And I think, we all have to realize we're not going to get everything we want, but I think this is a compromise that will help the community, and it also does give back to people who don't live in Bayside, because water maintenance, runoff, healthy drinking water, floodplains, and all of those are important to the whole community, not just the Bayside community. So I would like to close by saying, while the park might not be the number one first thing that's going to happen, I'd love to see the contract or what with the community state that to ensure that the park is a key component of the design. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Richard Graves. Richard Graves. Richard? Sir.
Step right up to the lectern, sir.
Richard Graves, 511 Gardendale Circle, Palm Bay, Florida. Okay? 3 years ago, I sent a report into the attorney for Palm Bay of potential fraud, not only with the golf course, but with another area. Never heard a word. I spoke to the assistant mayor at the time. He was supposed to call me to follow up on it. Never did. I have a copy of it here. I'll submit it to the council. It gives the loan numbers that people have gotten under the COVID regulations. If you got one grant for COVID, that's all you were entitled to. This person got 2 loans because they put one down for the golf courses to get a loan.
Are you speaking on behalf of the Majors Golf Course?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, Majors
Okay.
Golf Course.
All right, carry on.
Okay? They got 2 loans. You're only entitled to 1.
Who got 2 loans?
The person that owns the golf course.
Oh, on track.
Mayor,
Okay.
he's speaking on
Okay.
the PPP
the
funding, which
PPP
is
funding.
prosecuted by the
Understood.
Department
Okay.
of Justice.
What they did to get the loan for the golf course, the COVID loan, which is a grant, you don't have to pay it back. She got $400,000. It was put down as male-owned. Well, I think we all know it's not male-owned, it's female-owned. So that's how they got around getting the second loan versus the first one they got a year or so before that. So I have that here. And you can look at it, but I gave it to your attorney.
Well, wait till you get back on it. I'll take it, sir.
Okay.
But wait till if you're gonna make more comments, go ahead and finish and do it on the mic.
Well, that's it on this. I'd like to make a comment on the townhouses that were proposed,
Okay.
okay? The first proposal that was brought forth had a dog park attached to the townhouse. It was right there on the corner, okay? That's illegal. So I don't know how your planning committee is setting things, approving things, if they're not covered by federal law. That's a federal standard, okay? I have built major projects around the world. I have worked on the IBM headquarters, Pepsi's headquarters. I've done refineries overseas and power plants, okay? People have to follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules, there's going to be problems. And that's what I found there. Now, the last thing I want to discuss is with both the golf course and where the townhouses were going. I thought they were going to keep those areas clear from overgrowth. I haven't seen it. And the other night, well, I guess about 2 weeks ago, in going down by where the townhouses are, I saw a vermin running across the road. It's the first one I've seen down here. And I come from New York. I used to see them in the subways all the time. But down here, it was the first one I saw. So I want to know, are they going to cut everything down and bill the owners of the property? Put a lien on it? Because right now, from the potential fraud I have here, I don't see why you don't do eminent domain and just take it over. Because if the fraud is true, and you can check it out, and I give it to your attorney, her name is right here,
Thank you.
3 years ago.
Thank you. Let me ask you something before, because your time has expired, but have you reported this fraud to the Department of Justice regarding the PPP?
One of the people on the list was the Department of Justice. I've done consulting for the FBI.
My question is, did you report the fraud?
No.
Okay. All
No,
right.
I
Thank you.
did not. I gave it to
Thank
your
you.
attorney to do the follow-up.
Thank
And-
you.
And nothing was done,
Okay, thank you, sir.
okay?
Did you
What?
want to pass that on? Did you want to pass that? Okay. I'm not, okay, thank you. Thank you. Madam Attorney, did you receive this document, and did you forward this to the Department of Justice? Just a question?
I don't know if I received that document. I do remember during the time someone else, I think it was a few people making the claim as far as whether she had made, defrauded the program. The city's not over the program. It is not something that is within my jurisdiction, but the comments were made, and I believe actually her attorney was taking action against certain people making the comments, but it wasn't something that the city was involved in, no.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Okay. All right. All right, does that conclude all the speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So, council, this is where we give discussion and we provide direction to our city management. I'm going to start with Councilman Langevin at the far end.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so as the deputy mayor said, you know, at least the three of us, we went and talked to the Bayside Lakes community when we campaigned. And for the past year and a half, I think we have done, as an entire council, an amazing job of pretty much every campaign item that we had all spoken on. We've either accomplished or are in the process of accomplishing, and this is probably the last major one. So I'm really glad that it got brought up today and that we're moving on this. You know, when we look at something like this in Bayside, you know, everyone on here, we really respect property rights and we try to respect everybody's property rights. But at the same time, in my opinion, the way that this was done and the way that other golf courses have been done across the state of Florida is just, you know, really not in necessarily the best interest of the residents or necessarily even, I would say, either ethical or moral. So I'm leaning more towards the property rights of thousands of people instead of one person. But we have an opportunity here to work with everybody and maybe have a compromise, which is a good thing. So I'm going to be in favor of it tonight, but I would say, you know, if we don't get a good price on this, and I'm not going to vote to ever build anything on any piece of property that used to be golf course personally. I may be outvoted on it if it comes up. So I'd like to go ahead and sell it, but if we can't get a deal and we can't maneuver on this, then I would be willing to entertain the eminent domain word.
Hoorah. As you were, Councilman Hammer?
I'm going to go into something for a second now that eminent domain was brought up. As a farmer, I watched cow pens that had been in my family for over 100 years get mowed down for a parkway for eminent domain. And
Cow pens?
yeah, cow pens where you pin cattle. So
Thanks for us city folk.
and the need for that road wasn't even close to the need that this has on our city. The liability that this has on our city should something happen to where Bayside cannot flow water into that golf course. When I brought up the fact that do other golf courses have this same issue, I think it's the exact opposite that people are thinking. when you have a golf course that doesn't have conservation, when you have a golf course that doesn't have St. John's management running through it, it gives you 100 more hurdles to jump through than a golf course that has no factors. So when we're trying to compare our golf course to somewhere else, I don't think that's smart. I don't think it's logical. We have conservation areas. We have Melbourne-Tillman that cannot be touched no matter what they want to do. This is a completely different strategy than any other golf course that I've seen. And when I asked if, this is something that another golf course has seen, our broker said that. I think this is something that we should take very, very, very seriously. This is something that can devastate 4,700 people more than it already has. So I don't think we're having this conversation on should we do this and how much it can affect people. We're having this conversation because it's already affecting people. It's already affecting these people that bought their home on a golf course, and now there's nothing there. Me, myself, I think if a golf course is brought into a community and people are buying it and paying taxes on something for a golf course, it should never be able to be changed, ever. And with myself, if we do go successful for this, I don't ever want to see this go private again. This needs to be instilled with, if you cannot run it, it goes to a conservation. I think we should do what is necessary to get this property, especially if we have impact fees. Sitting on the board for our TPO, they have a pedestrian outlook for all of Brevard County. The walkways throughout that golf course are listed on that pedestrian space. And even though this is private, the actual paths for the cart are listed as walkways for the TPO. So I would be interested if we can have a discussion with them and see if they want to get involved in this as well. Because right now, pedestrian walkways and walkable areas are big with our TPO, and there's funding for it as well. So me, myself, I am behind our city manager. I think when he sat at that podium, every single one of us said the Majors Golf Course is something that is a big deal for him. And I mean, here we are with a result. He's doing exactly what we asked him to do. He did what we asked him to do here. Me getting elected, this is something that kept me up at night. Having the ability to change the lives of so many people. And I think it's a liability, but I think it's something that we should take more seriously. I think we should. I'm at a loss for words, but I'm behind our city manager moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman. Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor. I do want to say point of order. I would like for us to make a motion before we have discussion.
Well, we're already halfway in. Could you just make some comments there?
Well, what I'll say is we're supposed to be providing parameters in regards to what we're moving forward. So I'll go ahead and go with it. I would like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation and authorize the city manager, city attorney, and the city's selected real estate agent, being Relentless, to negotiate a vacant land contract or a non-binding letter of intent for the potential acquisition of approximately 135.19 plus or minus acres of the former Majors Golf Course, Eden, at Bayside Lakes property within council-established parameters at a purchase price not to exceed $10 million, subject to all appropriate contingencies, including completion of a title report, survey, environmental review, easement review, geotechnical due diligence, and any other investigations deemed necessary.
I'll second it. But let me just say something. Carry on with your statement now.
Okay.
So now we got a motion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry. I just want to go.
I would have wanted Deputy Mayor to make that motion, but carry on.
Okay.
It's already done.
Yes, sir. I was just protocol, trying to follow it the correct way.
We were discussing.
Yes, sir. But anyways, council said it best and nothing else, but let's just get the ball rolling. We've heard the residents over the past 8 years. We've tried to negotiate this a few times in regards to keeping the golf course and trying to have the HOAs get involved with maybe purchasing it. I've sat with a lot of you as well, but here we are. If it doesn't work out this way, then we'll take other parameters, but let's make sure we're very mindful as a council on what we discuss here, so we're not losing any we're not losing any leverage. So that's where I'm at. So that's why I just want to kind of keep the ball rolling. Mr. Morton's been doing a great job with this. Let's keep just empowering him and let's get it done.
Yeah, so I'm glad for the comments by Councilman Langevin. No waiver of sovereign immunity is the recommended structure that's before us as well. So I wanted to highlight that as well. I will say this. In 2018, as you eloquently mentioned, Deputy Mayor, I sat in the audience long before there were any red shirts. And this came before council, and by a 3-2 vote, I thought Fred Poppy did an outstanding job of trying to bring this forward. Come on, I'm taking it back. He did an outstanding job. This golf course could have been maintained. He realized that this could have been a profit maker, a public-private partnership where they could have had someone come in and do an outstanding job as well and handle a lot of the reclamation water issues. So he did an outstanding job, and yet the council didn't act on it. It went down 3-2. You sat on that council. No, it was right before you. It was right before you. So I wasn't there yet. But you were in 2018. You came in November. You came in right before it, actually, or right after.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
So in that time, I sat right over there. Actually, I was sitting on that side. I didn't remember if you were on there, sir. But I do remember that it was a very close vote, and I thought it was going to go through, and it failed at the last minute. From that point forward, we've only exhibited a horrible thing because the golf course, the Majors Golf Course, was actually the treasure or the gem in the city of Palm Bay. It was raised as a golf community. Everyone that purchased there came because of the golf course. And to say that they purchased it because it was a golf course is because it was an Arnold Palmer designed golf course. You'll never see that again. Arnold Palmer is no longer with us. So that was a huge gem for the city of Palm Bay, and we lost that. So I seconded the motion because I am in full agreement that something should be done. But I want to caution, because there still is an opportunity that the price is going to be overwhelming, and I will not accept that. And that's why I say that no waiver of sovereign immunity, because this is a gem still in our city, and it's a necessity. With that, I'm calling the vote. Is that clear direction for you, Mr. Morton? Yeah, yes, sir. Carry on.
I have discussion, Mayor.
Well, let me just, Mr. Morton, would that be clear with the motion, or did you need additional additions before Councilman or Mayor?
Yeah,
Deputy Mayor
I would
Jeff?
prefer it.
I have that in my comments.
Okay.
So before we go any further, like negotiations, like whoever's first to act always loses, right? Like, and I just want to clarify on the record with the city attorney, like, are we able to set the parameters of this deal in an executive session, or does that have to be done now?
You don't actually have, you can leave it at what you have said now. You can't do an executive session because we don't actually have a lawsuit. But you do not have to continue discussing more. I think, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Morton, but I think he gets the idea of what you want. But if you say, hey, Mr. Morton, you have X amount of dollars, and you get too far details, you can be guaranteed that you will at least get her saying she wants that, and it's not going to be, well, he's able to go before less. But I think if you give him broad parameters, this is the max, tell him you want to negotiate, you've given him some factors, you have some trust in him, you are willing to speak separately, I think that may be your best bet strategically, but no, you're not going to be able to have a closed-door session on this.
Okay. Would you be able to speak too about the cost and the time above the eminent domain idea that a resident had, and and how the courts may or may not decide how guaranteeable that that process is?
The eminent, I don't know, there is not uncertainty in the eminent domain if you're asked as far as using it for a park and using it for stormwater. As far as how quickly, it depends upon if you wanted to do a quick take or a slow take. Typically, when you aren't certain what the value is and the value, what the price is, has a big factor in whether you're going to acquire it, you would want to do a slow take, so where you can go through the process, see what the price is. If it's too much, you say, no, you step back. Are there going to be litigation costs? Of course. You'd have appraisal costs. You have, you're responsible for her attorney's fees as well. We'll have our own attorney's fees. You'll have surveyor costs. You may have discovery costs. So there are litigation, but for this purpose, eminent domain is a feasible strategy. But it is likely that you're going to spend far more in the eminent domain process than you would if you're able to actually negotiate a price. The owner is amendable. Nobody's, come down with certain terms. I've actually talked to her attorney. So there are open to making a deal now where there really hasn't been an opening before. So this may be the best time, but if we can create an agreement ourselves, we'll have more control over it and it will be less expensive.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. And currently, I believe the parcel is actually marketed on the internet now for about $14 million. So, my idea for an offer was not as quite as high as 10. The broker had prepared some ranges where he thought the true value of the property existed, and so I'm closer to $8.5 million. And some other things I think we got to just narrow down in the agreement. So, Councilman Johnson, you mentioned vacant land contract or a non-binding letter of intent. I think we just moved forward directly with the vacant land contract, bypassing the non-binding letter of intent, and it shows a little bit more seriousness. And I think a fair escrow deposit, EMD amount, would be $100,000. It would be a cash purchase, a due diligence period of 120 days. Closing days, 45 days after the end of due diligence. We have to discuss what we're going to pay our broker to represent us. And remind you, he's going to do a tremendous amount of work, and he'll only get paid if the property actually closes. So the time he's got invested into this now, and in the next coming weeks or potential months, he's doing at risk. So we need to come up with what a commission structure would look like. And then as far as the title company goes, it's typically selected by the seller. I say, picked by the seller but agreed to by the city attorney would be a fair thing to say. Mr. Morton, is there anything missing else you think that we need in the language for the contract?
No, I think we've covered enough, to Madam Attorney's point, to work the other small deliverables into the existing terms.
So I would make a recommendation that
I think the city attorney wants to weigh in at this point.
I have because I know you're getting into some of the terms. Typically, when we do these type of transactions, we negotiate a contract and we have whatever the terms are contingent upon council approval. Is your intent to create parameter where this would not come back to council?
other than the purchase price.
So it would be contingent upon council approval.
Yeah.
So I think if we're having a contract that's going to be contingent upon council approval, some of these things don't really need to be completely discussed now, because certainly me and the city manager, we will work with the team and negotiate the best deal. We'll listen to everything you're saying, but it's not that council has no say. Council would then have a say at the point where it comes back, and it won't tie his hand as much in the negotiation as if you're spelling, because if you're spelling out all the terms, it works if you don't plan on having it come back.
Okay.
But it typically works better to give us some latitude, knowing that whatever is agreed to is not binding until it comes back before you.
Understood.
And that was discussed too, when I said the no waiver for eminent domain, right? That's part of
Sovereign immunity,
those. Yeah, there's several, or sovereign immunity, that there's there's several items on that list, and I'm sure those are good parameters for the city manager, if
What-
that's where you would go.
Yeah, so one last recommendation I would make is to revise the motion to include a range of 8.5 million to 10 million, and just respectfully ask that Councilman Hammer and Councilman Langevin do not publicly take a stance on what they're willing to pay for the property. That way, it keeps the seller in the dark on what our council body is thinking. Give the city manager a range, let our broker do his job, and bring back an offer that we can all agree to within the range of 8.5 to 10 million.
Within 8.5. And you don't want anyone to mention. I got you. So you want to amend that?
Well, you gentlemen both mentioned.
That's what I was going to jump in. So I'm willing to amend my motion, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify. So 8.5 being the lowest and 10 million being the highest, Deputy Mayor?
That's what he said.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I would also, not to restrict the voices
the vacant land.
of our colleagues, but if they want to offer less, obviously speak that up now. But if you're comfortable within the range, I just ask that you reserve that.
I'm comfortable with that, but I'd ask all five and not just us two.
Well, the other two already made a motion to 10 million, so I said 8.5.
No, I'm with you, but I didn't say any name or any number, so.
You didn't say any number.
So I'm in support of you, but I want all five of us to be on the same and not just me and Chandler.
All right. So, Mayor, would you pull your second so I
I'm
can
going to
amend?
pull my
Okay.
second.
All right, so I amend my motion to be, for the purchasing to be in the range of 8.5 million to 10 million, and to X out the non-binding letter of intent to just move forward with a vacant land contract.
Second. Did you want to second it?
No, I'm okay. No, yeah,
Second.
no. Thank you, gentlemen, yeah.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we are now, I'll take a 10-minute recess to allow folks to go ahead and exit. Thank you. I'm going to call our regular council meeting back to order. So we left off, we are now on presentations. Number one, Mr. Morton. You'd like to call up Mr. Bowden?
I would. Mr. Gabriel Bowden's here to give us an update. Just want to, in advance, thank him and his team for an incredible Herculean lift of bringing the SRWRF online.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Morton. Just want to say a major milestone has been achieved. We are officially receiving wastewater flow.
Outstanding.
It's been very exciting, very challenging. Over the next few weeks and months, we'll continue to optimize the plant, make some system changes, and kind of see how we're at and making sure that the plant is fully optimized. I want to start this presentation the same way that I'm going to end it, and that is with gratitude to this council. I want to thank you for your support, for your leadership, and for coming along with the utilities team to give us this opportunity to deliver this significant project. I also want to thank Mr. Morton, who has, on the regular, been very supportive and encouraging on your behalf to me and my team. It's been a joy to make this happen with the great partners that we've had, and we'll talk about them a little bit later. Just want to go over some of the things that we've gone over before. Won't spend a lot of time on these slides. You've seen them before. A little bit of updates. Happy to answer any questions that you have as we go through it, but the contract status. Last we heard, we had a meeting with the surety where we came in principle on agreement. That has now been fully executed as of June 16th. Deficiencies and rework, we shared a lot of those details in just about every different area of the plant. As we've gone through wet checks and seeding, we discovered even more, and it was quite challenging. This is the picture the day after we kicked R.J. Sullivan off of the site. This is an overview of the site on Wednesday. Quite a bit of work has been done.
Wow.
So just kind of want to share some key dates along this process. April 20th, Cathcart was on site with a small army to begin getting the site ready to go. June 15th, we started IO checks and wet checks. Those did take a little longer than we expected, but we made some adjustments on seeding. Instead of seeding over the course of 3 days, we did it over a day and a half with the help of Meeks Plumbing and the city of Melbourne. They were quite gracious to give us 120,000 gallons of seed material. So we started seeding on Thursday, the 25th. Over the weekend, we allowed that to mature and get ready for receiving flows. On June 29th, we began receiving flows for a very short time. Ran across some additional issues we had to address. Pulled the plant offline. The guys worked late into the evening. And on June 30th, we began receiving flows again, 156,000 gallons on June 30th. And yesterday, we started the plant back up after some issues with some level sensors. And on July 1st, we received 428,000 gallons.
Wow.
Yes. It's moving quite well. We still have some work to do in some key areas. Our second basin is not online. We've got some work to do on that. And then we'll be seeding it and getting it ready to go in the next few weeks so that we can ramp up to the 1 MGD that we expect the plant to be able to do. We've talked about the finances, and I'll tell you, when we got to the end of May and I got the invoice for $1.9 million, it was like, oh my, that's a little more than I was expecting. And that first week of June was pretty quiet as we were getting ready for startup. And I'll tell you, I thought maybe we're going to hit that 2.5 that I kind of guessed at, best guess, given what we knew. But there's been a lot of work that we've had to do. And I don't have June's invoice yet, but I'll tell you, I think it's going to be close to the May invoice. And just, the contract remaining that we had was 832. The retainage was 828. 1.6 million to go towards that. A lot of these numbers that we're looking at, the deficiencies, will be going to the surety to recover those. June, we'll see what's remaining there. And we'll also need to kind of look through all of the invoices and say, okay, did we appropriately attribute this to remaining work, or should this be deficiencies and the like? And in August, when we come back to you with the legislative memo, we'll have more details on all the finances and all of that type of information. Also want to talk to you about, over the last couple of years, we've heard from council, we've had experiences in trying to deliver projects, and we've really been trying to build a stronger capital delivery program. Over the last 2 years, we've done a lot of different things, and 3 key things I want to talk about that we've done to deliver these major capital projects more efficiently and better. First is expanding our engineering partnerships. It took a long time. It was very hard fought, but we've added Friesen Nichols, a national firm that I've done work with in the past, and they do a fantastic job. CDM Smith, another large firm that does great work, and Kimley Horn, another great firm, and Tetra Tech, who's done work for us before. In prior solicitations, we had very few interested parties in being our engineering firm. We had a reputation of not being easy to work with, and so we've worked hard to change that. We did a lot of sounding, a lot of reaching out to contacts to get people interested in applying, and I'm very happy that we have these 4 engineering partners to go along with the other 2 that we have, which was Wade Trim and ISS, now HDR Green. In addition, we've been working on selecting the right delivery method. For the most recent project that will be coming to you guys in a few weeks is the North RO production wells. Rather than doing a low bid, we did an RFQ looking for the most qualified and a good price. And that will be coming to you for award in a couple of weeks. And we're very excited about the contractor that we have for that. We had 3 very good contractors bidding on that. Again, there was a lot of effort in trying to get them. The prior well that we had done that was low bid, we did not have a lot of contractors that we were comfortable with. The current contractor is doing a fine job, but we weren't as comfortable with that. The North RO treatment plant, we're using the CMAR process, and Wharton Smith is under contract to do that for us, as well as the second phase of the South Regional WRF will also be Wharton Smith. Beyond adding to our engineering firms and making sure that we're doing the right process for delivery, we've increased our collaboration between utilities, procurement, and engineering to make sure that we're doing the right contracts. A lot of the things we've looked through is like that we didn't write that contract correctly. So how can we make that stronger? We're incorporating our operations team earlier in the process so that they can give their feedback and insight. They're the ones that understand what is needed, and we're incorporating their feedback much earlier from design to commissioning. And finally, we're applying lessons learned. We're having those conversations. We're talking about Monday morning after the Super Bowl, what could we do better moving forward? Bottom line is we're moving from low bid mindset towards selecting the best qualified partner and delivery method for each project. A lot of this is out of your guys' direction, and we appreciate you wanting us to do the very best that we can in delivering. These are some strong areas that we're improving on. So I want to end again with gratitude and say a special thank you to our Cathcart construction team. I believe Justin is here, and I believe Shelton is here. Shelton's not here. Justin's in the back. If you please stand, Justin.
Come on, Justin.
His team's been amazing, and I'll tell you, when you guys approved us to do this several weeks ago, I was quite scared. This is not normal for a utility to take over a project like we've done. And Justin said in that council meeting to me and Matt, don't worry, we'll do you proud. And they have done just that. So I want to thank the Cathcart team for that. Whatever resources we've needed, they've thrown them at it. They've reprioritized other jobs. They've worked with their contractors who have reprioritized us, and that's one of the reasons why some of the prices are up. We're asking them to place us urgently above other people, and that comes at a price, one that I think is worth the spend. I want to also thank Wharton Smith. They're not on the contract yet, but they have had an asset at every critical decision point that we've had to give us guidance, to provide insight, and even coming on site during all of our wet checks and startup activities. Howard is one of their leading project managers, and he was here and just provided great insight. I'm very grateful. He calmed the waters on many occasions. I want to thank the Palm Bay staff. They, like me, have been at the point of breaking over the last 90 days. It's been a very difficult time, but I will tell you that at every time that we ask them to help us in an area, positive attitudes, willing to help, what can we do? I want to thank Derek Acker. His group just pitched in like you would not believe at any time. Derek, if you'd stand, you are standing. I don't know if Jacob is here, but Jacob and his group.
Yep.
Thank you, Jacob. Would you stand up, please? These guys and their team, always very positive. What can we do, no matter what it was? Very, very thankful for them. Also want to thank Tim Roberts, our project manager, actually our engineering manager, not project manager, engineering manager. Tim, if you'd stand. Tim has been living with this for 6 years in different capacities, with different frustrations. And he's always remained positive, encouraging, and engaged. Where others might give up and say it's just so hard, Tim has never done that. He has done us very proud. I also want to thank our assistant directors, Tommy and Bob, who are here. If you guys would stand. During this process, I have moved more into a project manager than I have a director, and they have helped pick up in other areas, and I'm grateful for that. So they have really helped out quite a bit. As well as Sydney Suarez. I'm not sure if she's here. She's going to be the new plant manager there. She's not here. A wonderful plant manager, great attitude, very positive. We hired her almost a year and 10 months ago for this plant. And she has been super flexible. Wherever she's worked in other areas, she was our electrical maintenance supervisor for a while since her plant wasn't ready. She ran the North Wastewater Treatment Plant, always with a pleasant and positive attitude. So I want to thank the staff that have been very helpful in this area. And again, finally, I want to thank you again for giving us the trust and the latitude to be able to get this project done. It's with a grateful heart that I stand before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now go to public comments, Deputy Mayor.
Woody Woodrum.
Good evening. Mayor and Council, Woody Woodrum, 1394 Amelia Avenue. Probably going to step on some toes, but that's what I do. This week I see huge signs all over town promoting Mr. Haffey in the upcoming election. Now, I know this is a nonpartisan race, which means that these signs were not paid for by any political party or PAC group. Started resourcing and found out that Mr. Jaffe so far has around $50,000 in the coffers for this election. These monies are from his, and $10,000 was, I believe, donated from your personal account. He's followed closely by our sitting mayor, who's sitting on $40,000 in his coffers for this election. My concern is, why would anyone spend that kind of money for a job that pays $12,000 a year? I then sourced a legitimate detailed report of all contributions, who donated and how much. I conclude that Mr. Jaffe and the mayor received the majority of these funds from people and/or companies tied to developers or real estate in some form. The other candidates that are on this board, you could count their campaign funds in the hundreds. Now, the question pays $12,000. It has to be said, Mr. Hoppy works for Christopher Allen Holmes, a builder. Both these candidates are pretty much mired deeply in conflict of interest and should abstain from any votes concerning land use in Palm Bay or zoning. I've held nonpartisan election I've been elected twice, nonpartisan elections in small municipalities and received zero compensations. I served 3 years here on the Citizens Planning and Zoning Review Board for no compensation. My motivation was always to give back to my time for the benefit of the community and not for my personal gain. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Mayor, I'd just like to say for the record, that was my previous campaign's contribution, and I didn't realize you were running for election right now, sir, either. So glad he shared your campaign contributions from 2 years ago. So moving on to next speaker is Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796, Winbrook Drive, Southeast. Just want to thank everybody on there for your hard work and what you do. I know it's not an easy decision. So thank you again, and the red shirts, thank you as well. On a side note, maybe sound a little silly, but about 10 days ago, maybe a little bit longer, I had a non-resident that was in the pond about 40 yards from behind my house. I sent the video to a couple of you. Kid was fishing and took his bike there, laid down his bike. When he turned around to get something out of his tackle box, an alligator was biting on his bicycle seat. So I made a call to the Division of Wildlife and the trapper, and thank God the trapper had a gun, because we get there, the gator comes out of the pond, it's hissing. I don't know, gators are dinosaurs to me. Some of you folks from Florida, they're friends. But the trapper, the gator started going wild when he put a noose around its neck. He had to hit it with a bang stick, 44 on there, and had to harvest the eggs, not harvest, but take care of them properly, because they had to go back to the Division of Wildlife. My question is that how come the person who owns the golf course doesn't have any beware of alligator signs when alligators more and more, and this is mating season, and are attacking people? We're getting pretty close to that. There was, so if you know where my house is in Bayside Lakes, basically when you come out of that gate, it's about the fourth house down, and the gentleman there had his grandkids playing. So I had no idea what a gator nest looks like. Now I do. But even if it's undeveloped property, and I went and talked to Dennis Punt on this, shouldn't there be a fence around the area, at least some signs with the gators, just a few yards from people's property? Is that something that we can look at from a safety perspective? Also, again, I know we kind of squashed with regard to the e-bikes and what have you, so hopefully you keep your eye on that. And like I said, everybody's got them. We have a right to private property as well. And when you see them riding, and not only through the former majors, but when they're riding on people's property and are trying to redo their property from all the damage we had from the freeze, we got to put that on the front burner, or at least towards the front, because people are going to get hurt. So thank you about that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Juan Delgado. Juan Delgado.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and all the members of our community. My name is Christine Stevens, and this is my husband.
Juan Delgado. We reside at 1561 Willard Road in Northwest Palm Bay. I'm a Marine veteran, and together we are longtime residents of the city. Over the years, we have the privilege of serving our community through volunteer work in our local schools, youth sports, and other community activities. We care deeply about this city and the people who call it home.
Tonight, we'd like to formally place on the public record our intent to begin exploring and pursuing the future development of our 26-acre parcel located at 1250 Gaynor Road, Drive, in Southwest Palm Bay as Fortified Serenity, a proposed 55 and up disabled veteran housing community.
This project is being envisioned as more than just housing. Our goal is to create a safe, dignified, and supportive community where disabled veterans can live independently while benefiting from a sense of belonging, security, and access to resources that improve their quality of life.
As we begin this journey, we're committed to working collaboratively with the city staff, elected officials, community stakeholders, and residents to ensure that any future development aligns with the city's visions, regulations, and long-term planning objectives. We recognize that thoughtful growth does require transparency, communication, and partnership, and we intend to be active participants throughout the process.
And tonight, we're not seeking any approvals or actions. Rather, we simply want to publicly express our commitment to moving forward with the planning and evaluation process and to invite the community to follow our progress and become involved.
We appreciate the support and encouragement, all the prayers of our community as we undertake what we know will be a long but worthwhile journey. For those interested in learning more, we've established a website where citizens can sign up to receive project updates, follow important milestones, learn about volunteer and job opportunities, fundraising efforts, donation needs, corporate sponsorship opportunities, future work bid opportunities as they arise, and of course, resident interest after project completion.
We would also like to invite the community to visit the Fortified Serenity booth at the city's Independence Day celebration on Saturday, July 4th. We will have information available about mission and our vision, QR codes linking directly to our website, and opportunity for residents to sign up and stay informed. We will also have a limited number of Fortify Serenity supporter T-shirts available for purchase, with proceeds helping support our ongoing efforts.
Our veterans have sacrificed greatly in service to our country, and we believe that communities such as ours have an opportunity to honor that service by creating housing solutions that provide stability, dignity, purpose, and a true sense of home.
We look forward to working with the greatest city of the planet and engaging with the public as our plans evolve. Thank you for allowing us to place our intentions on public record, and thank you for your continued support of those who have served our nation. In
Thank
God's
you.
hands.
Thank you. Have you discussed this with staff already at any point?
Not yet. We just wanted to just let the community know our intentions.
Okay, well, there's a young lady that I'd like for you to, she just raised her hand. I'd
Okay.
like for you to point of contact, so, just so that I'm tracking. We're talking about a 55 and over disabled veteran community, meaning they're service-connected disabled
Correct, service connected.
and certified by the Department of Veteran Affairs?
Correct.
Okay, that's interesting. So we're talking 26 acres, you said, right? Did I track that correctly?
Yeah.
And also, how many units for those veterans?
That we have yet to,
Copy that.
To-
All right. I think
ability studies and everything.
Thank you,
like that.
ma'am. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you for your efforts in considering the veteran community. I know you are a Marine Corps veteran as well. Councilman Johnson had wanted to.
Yes, it's great to see y'all. So, Juan and his wife have been good friends of my wife and I for some time now. So I would just want to encourage all of council, if they call you or reach out to you, definitely, like, take time to sit down with them. Anybody in the community, sit down with this couple. They have a heart to serve, and they've had a heart to serve, and they've had this property for quite some time, and have been searching, established a nonprofit and everything to search the ways for how they can better their community and serve the community. So while we're not voting on it right now, I am very optimistic of what you're bringing, because I know your heart. And Ms. Jefferson, Mr. Morton, and our staff will take care of you, so.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
We appreciate it. Hoorah.
Thank you. Hoorah. Thank you. Thank you, Juan.
Olivia Harrison.
Hi, my name is Olivia Harrison. I'm here on behalf
Hey,
of...
Olivia, get the mic closer to you, sis. Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Olivia Harrison. I'm here on behalf of Korea Developing Leaders Program to thank Councilman Kenny Johnson and Mike Hammer for coming to our class and teaching us about government. We are here to present you both with certificates of appreciation. Thank you.
Oh,
Certificate of Appreciation presented to Councilman Kenny Johnson. In grateful appreciation for your dedication to civic education and public service. Thank you for visiting Korea's Developing Leaders Program and showing your knowledge of how local government works, the roles of a citizen, city council, city manager, and city staff. Your willingness to inspire and educate the youth is sincerely appreciated. Presented July 2nd, 2026.
thank y'all.
Certificate appreciation presented to Councilman Mike Hammer. In grateful appreciation for your dedication to civic education and public service, thank you for visiting Korea's Developing Leaders Program and sharing your knowledge of how local government works in the roles of a citizen, city council, city manager, and city staff. Your willingness to inspire and educate the youth is sincerely appreciated. Presented July 2nd, 2026.
Awesome. You got a minute and 46 seconds.
Bunch of pictures.
Oh, go ahead.
We just want to take a picture with the certificates.
She's got it.
Let me see the certificate. So give each one their certificate, and then we'll take a picture.
So one of you stand by Councilman.
We,
Bill Batten.
Real quick, Mayor, while Mr. Batten's coming up, I want to give a quick plug to Korea. So a few months ago, the city, everybody knows that the city used to own the Evans Center. We subcontracted it out to a nonprofit being Korea, and with them, they have a program where they're teaching these young ladies entrepreneurship. And they're hosting a fashion show July 11th, 2026, from 3 to 6 p.m. at the Evans Center. So if you're looking to invest in the youth, this is a perfect opportunity to do that. So go to the Evans Center right off of Florida Avenue, 3 to 6 p.m., July 11th. So thank you, ladies, for coming. Yes, ma'am, sorry.
It's garments that they produce. They're
Yep.
team designers, and these are the garments that they
Okay.
sew. They'll be auctioning them.
thank you, ma'am.
All right, so yeah, no, so they
Thank
make
you.
it from scratch. So you're not buying something from Goodwill or from the thrift store. This is made from scratch from these young ladies who are products of our community. Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm done, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Batten. So,
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. Got a couple of items to address. The first one is this Saturday is the 4th of July, 250 years. I'm proud to be an American, and I'm not going to dispute that or complain about it or anything else, and if it pisses somebody else off, I'm even happier.
go ahead and sing it.
Proud, say again, please.
Go ahead and sing it, Master Sergeant. You're proud to be an American.
Got it. My name's not Donald Trump, I can't do that. Okay, all right. Item number 2, beautiful new podium. I don't know who made it. It's gorgeous. It's oak carving, solid straight up. It's a beautiful podium. I can't read it without my glasses, who made it, but either way, it's great. And the buttons do work. I saw it last night, and I played with them. It does go up and down. It's slow to respond, but it's beautiful. Great upgrade. You did a real good job on that one. And the last item was I apologize for running over on time on new business number 1. I try to make my presentations closer, and I apologize for that. I did try to get a 5-minute presentation on that item, but then I was late getting it to the city clerk because it had to be by 2 o'clock on Tuesday, so I was late. So I had to rush it in to try and get all I wanted to in 3 minutes. So I apologize for running over on new business number 1. And I don't feel bad about what I said to you either. Thank you.
You did great, sir.
John Magee.
John McGee, I live at 1991 Thornwood Drive, Bayside Lakes. We have an election coming up in August, a primary election, and there are 2 city council seats on the ballot. We have put together a team of people. For the second time now, we will be holding a public candidate forum on July the 27th, Monday evening at 6:30 PM at the Grace Bible Church in Bayside Lakes. All 6 candidates who have filed to run for office have agreed to participate, and I appreciate them coming and sharing. It is a chance for you as the citizens and the voters to see the candidates face to face, to listen to what they have to say, and ask them questions in person. I believe in intelligent, formed voters, not people who vote based on what they see on Facebook or what they see on the media or what somebody tells them. This is your chance to really put a name to a face and figure out who you're going to vote for to represent you on this council for the next 4 years. We did this a couple of years ago, and it was a fantastic, we had over 100 people show up. I'm hoping we can pack out the church this time, because this is an opportunity for you to become an informed voter. One of the greatest, maybe the greatest right that we have in our Constitution is the right to vote. And if we give up that right to vote, then we get what we get. So I hope that you will come. I hope you will participate. I have put it out on social media sites announcing it, and I am looking forward to seeing the candidates in person, and I hope that they will appreciate the people who ask them questions. The second thing that we're working on is a community forum in late September with our state representative, Monique Miller, to present what is actually going to be on the ballot for the referendum on property taxes in the state of Florida. I think I sent an email to all of you today. You should have gotten it, inviting a representative of the city to also participate in that so we can get the city's view on what impact it may or may not have on the city itself. So we'll give you more information on that. It looks like it's going to be the last Monday, the 28th of September, and we're looking for a location to hold it. So if we could hold it here, it'd be great. But we're doing this as a community because we believe that if you're an informed voter, you can make intelligent decisions and put the people in place that best represent your positions and your beliefs. So I hope to see you, and you're welcome to Bayside. And thanks for your help.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thomas Gahn.
Thank you, Thomas Gahn, and happy Independence Day. And in the name of independence, freedom, liberty, effective immediately, I withdraw any implied consent for the collection, storage, or querying of the location data of my personal property or myself. I demand that the City of Palm Bay cease tracking my movements through the Flock Safety Network. I make this statement because on Monday, the legal landscape in this country changed. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Chatry versus United States that the government collection of digital location data is a Fourth Amendment search. And as Justice Keegan, writing for the majority, rejected the third-party doctrine, ruling that citizens do not consent to location tracking simply by operating on public roads or using digital networks. I would add to that, or visiting city parks. In his concurring opinion, Justin Gorsuch went further, defining digital location history records as personal property protected as an in effect under the original text of the Fourth Amendment. What that means is all the location data you've collected on me over the last 5 years with Flock cameras belongs to me, not the city, not Flock. I want it back. I don't want you to have it. Under Chatley, the collection of data itself is the search. The warrantless compilation of innocent citizens' movements over 30 days is a constitutional violation from the moment the first image is taken. You cannot cure an unconstitutional mass dragnet by requiring a warrant to search it after the fact. The 30 days of historical location data you currently hold was gathered without warrants. Under Chatley, that database is a compiled record of unconstitutional searches. Holding it is a contentious daily violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. If this administration is unable or unwilling to comply with my personal constitutional demand to cease warrantlessly tracking myself or my property, and any retention of any identifying data points, you must suspend operations of the FLUM network if you cannot comply with my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, are you tracking that, as far as I was tracking geofencing, the Supreme Court ruling, are you tracking and able to brief a little bit regarding that?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, Mayor. Force of habit. I know a lot of people are hearing this, but to give them some background on what the case was about as far as the U.S. Supreme Court case and what they actually held and what the background was. Essentially, Chattree involved, there was a bank robbery. So the person robbed the bank, got away, police had no suspects. So what they did was they did this, it was a 3-part process in which they contacted Google to find out geofence information. So they created an area outside of the bank for a certain period of time and told Google, they did get a warrant, provide us all the numbers within that area. Then they took that from that level, they got it down to another time frame, another search, and another. And after they did it 3 times, because they were just getting numbers then, they were able to get down to 3 persons, one of which was Mr. Chattree. They were able to then arrest him, hey, you're the suspect, and he filed a motion to suppress. So what the court was dealing with was whether, when the officers obtained the information from Google, was that a search? And it was, this information is based upon his phone. So what the court did, they looked at a case that they had already ruled on, and they extended it. The case was Carpenter versus United States. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that if police were to get information about essentially the cell phone towers from a third party, that they needed a warrant. And they said getting this historical information and this location are pretty much the same. So they extended Carpenter. And it's important for you to realize they extended Carpenter, because after Carpenter, there were lots of people that challenged the license plate reader. Well, if they said under Carpenter you can't get the information about historical information from cell phones, you can't do license plates. And all the cases that tried to use Carpenter to invalidate the license plate readers, they were not successful. This case has nothing to do with license plate readers. What it has to do is geofencing, and it talks about essentially what is moving further. It's everybody has cell phones. So if you're getting information about somebody's cell phone, you're going to have to get a warrant. That's essentially what it is, further extending that the cell phones, they are everywhere, everybody has them, there are many computers. You're not going to get information about that people have about cell phones without a warrant. That's what the case is about.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the brief and highlighting that. Next speaker.
Michael Brietti.
Michael Brietti, 742 Cornelia Avenue. And I won't apologize for wearing this shirt. It's only fitting. After a public records request, I have 2 areas of concern relating to 2 scopes of work from TAG, the Euclid Group. You've hired a former city manager to train an advisory board. City staff should have the subject matter experts that should be able to train an advisory board. Talk about creating morale issues within our city, just pushing aside our staff for others. Just seems to be a reoccurring thing. The city manager should also be able to train staff or an advisory board on the budget and the budget process. The contract for training this advisory board calls for the Euclid Group, Lee Feldman, to receive $4,800 per month for 4 months, with an option for up to 6 additional months. My second concern, I'm not sure if all the city council is aware of the redevelopment action plan PowerPoint for the compound, which was completed by U.S. EPA Office of Brownsfield in March 2025. An extremely detailed 21-page report with an executive summary, overview, and specific steps moving forward with the development of the compound. Coincidentally, would have created 2,500 jobs and in an unspecified field and provided for infrastructure. Don't know if it's still going forth or not. Haven't heard anything. So if any comments can be made on this later on. My concern here is that the Euclid Group, Lee Feldman, has also submitted a draft scope of work to complete the same work that was already done in 2025 PowerPoint. And here's the kicker. In the draft proposal, Mr. Feldman is set out to charge the city $65,000 in addition to the pointless $4,800 a month advisory when we have qualified people, good people in our city that can do this. I mean, is everyone blind? History just seems to be repeating here with Mr. Morton here. And it just runs back to ICMA. It all points right back to ICMA. Thank you. You guys have a great week.
Next speaker?
Mayor, can we just talk about the Brownfield report?
Sure.
I mean, we had an entire council meeting on it. It's a workshop, I believe. You know, a study is a study. It doesn't come with financing. It doesn't come with a lot of things. It kind of lays out the groundwork. And what this council body did after that is we went for a workforce job grant through the Department of Commerce, through several trips to Tallahassee, working with our legislative lobbying group. And that grant is currently sitting on the governor's desk awaiting signature. It's a first part of the action to make that study a reality. And so, you know, we're just hopeful that the governor will sign that workforce grant, which will in turn create jobs, allow us to run infrastructure to the northeast end of the compound and start acting on the study. So if I missed anything, Mr. Morton, you know, please add.
Yeah, and in terms of the scope of work provided by the Euclid Group, that was rejected. That was essentially an unsolicited proposal. I addressed why we brought Lee Feldman in to help run with the CATF, and I'll just give a quick example. Again, my time and energy in the last several months has been directed.
Speak closer to the.
A lot of the free time I have in the last 3 months has been directed to making sure the sewer plant comes online and other council priorities. And I'll remind you, everything's a financial decision. When I fired Wade Trim and refused to accept any additional bills, I think that savings, Gabriel, please step up if I'm wrong. We've saved already over $1.1 million from that contractor that I rejected any future bills. They've been working for free from the negotiation I did. So yes, I spent $40,000 to have someone come manage a process so I could save the city $1 million or more. So I explained that at the last council meeting. We'll continue to hire consultants and staff when it's appropriate and when it furthers the goals, missions, objectives, and policies of the city. And when I find it's in the best interest of our resources, and almost exclusively, we always bring those to council. So that's the only answer I have to that.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Connie McCleary.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to, I forgot my glasses.
For the record, we stopped the clock, Ms. Connie.
Thank you. I appreciate that. God bless you. I'm here to address two things. The fire that happened on May the 23rd, I sent all of y'all pictures, and also the chief with the fire started in the homeless camp in our community behind our house. You know, I've been here before addressing that, so it's something something have to be done about that because it's a lot of homeless people back there. I don't know if they still back there or not, but I know it was a lot of homeless people back there. And I know the City of Melbourne Police Department and the Palm Bay Police Department been working diligently ever since that happened. And I want to thank Mr. Morton because him and Miss Lamb, Jenny Lamb, the city manager of Palm Bay, I invited them to the community on the 10th of June, and they both came, and we had a great dialogue and discussion about stuff that happened in our community. So, and they told me they was on top of that. I heard from Mr. Bont. He sent me an email telling me that he's working with the owners of that land, and they, to help them however they can to try to get that area cleaned up. So I want to thank y'all for answering, to the email that I sent. Now, I also want to discuss Far Chemical. It was an incident last week at Far Chemical. I get a text, shelter in place, from the Palm Bay Police Department. Okay, shelter in place, what's going on? So I called the police department to see if I can get, some information, cause people calling me, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, so I called. At first, the dispatch was kind of a little rude, so I was like, okay, well, thank you. I said, what I'll do, I'll call Chief Spears, and I'll come to the city council meeting and speak with them, the mayor, deputy mayor, Mayor Medina, and I started naming the council member. She kind of got a little calm then. So, and I asked for her name. She gave me her badge number and stuff. But anyway, so, but she said, well, I'll call you back. No, she said, I have someone to call you back and explain to you what's going on. So I did get a call back in about 20 minutes later and was saying it was an incident that happened at Far Chemical and, and everything. And they were asking people to shelter in place and stuff. So what I want to ask is, this incident that happened, is it being investigated? If so, by who? Have OSHA been brought in with this? Because things have happened at Far Chemical before. We haven't got no answer from other stuff that happened. So I just want to,
Thank you.
it's for our safety.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Morton?
Thank you. Yes, we did have an incident at Far Chemical, and the evacuation was precautionary and probably very wise. Brevard County Hazmat and our police and fire responded, and in fact, I was thanking them for that, because when most of us want to go the other direction, they went right to the site. The next step, and I've been working with Chief Stover on that, is we've been doing some fact-finding. And the next step, honestly, is to make sure that we are coordinating, in my opinion, Chief Stover, if you want to speak to this, but we need to be coordinating with the EPA at this point as a next step to ensure that they've received the reporting. If he's going to come up and speak to that. The U.S. Coast Guard was the only federal agency that was able to respond the day of the incident. You can come on up, Chief, and fill in any gaps or anything you'd like. And in our discussion, the Chief has concerns. He's got serious concerns about ongoing operations, compliance, safety, and we are working for a plan to obtain the final report from Hazmat and also make sure that we are connecting with not only the EPA but other agencies to ensure that this is being addressed properly. It is somewhat beyond some of our scope. Chief, I'll let you fill that in, our capability, I should say.
Yes, we got there, the Coast Guard was one of the first organizations that got a hold of us to see what was going on there. They are doing an investigation. I'm not sure where that falls at the moment, where it's at.
USCG, the United States Coast Guard, is
Yes,
doing
sir.
the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They may not be doing the whole investigation, but they were a part of it. They were the first organization to call us that night.
Okay.
County Hazmat has arrived because they have the ability to do all the entries and things like that, which we don't have that kind of, we don't have the suits. I should probably say it easier that way. We don't have the suits to get in. They did got inside, did the investigation, looked at it. It was resolved rather easily, but there are some other concerns that are taking place. I was having a conversation, I believe it was the day before yesterday. They are working on some major improvements. The company, FAR, has been taken over by another company. When we're going to get to a point, hopefully here in the next couple of weeks, where we'll have some input from the county and from the we plan to go out to FAR and work with them to see what's going on and get some more information there. The plant safety manager called me I believe it was the day after. He explained that it ended up being a very relatively minor incident. They got inside of there and everything was pretty much taken care of. It was some resins that was going out there, nothing hazardous that was out into the community. Thing was, is the reverse 911 was initiated out of an abundance of caution. So that's all that was really to just make sure that nobody got out and about to where if it had been something serious. Yes, we have some concerns. Now, this is the second time since I've been here that there's been an incident there. There have been incidents in the past, larger incidents in the past. This was relatively small comparatively. There's been other places around the state of Florida that have had some of these incidents that have eventually the EPA got involved in and removed their license and had them go down the road and do something else. So right now, we're not at a point where we can tell you exactly what the end result's going to be, but we do know that they are working in the background, and we will be working not only with them, but hopefully we'll come back with some kind of resolve. But I do want to caution and say that we have no ability to shut them down. We have the ability to let them know that they have we have safety concerns. And we're hopeful that at some point, based on the conversation I had the other day, we'll probably be getting in there and doing some more work with them, becoming more familiar with the facility, some of the things that they've been doing since they've been taken over. And hopefully that'll get us to a point to where that not only will we have a better response plan, they will hopefully be in a safer position, and the federal agencies, all the ABC agencies will be out there that are invested in this. And I cannot tell you who those are right now just because I don't know who they are right now. And at that point there, hopefully we'll have something further. But he did call when he called me and assured me that it was taken care of and that they were willing to work with us whenever we were ready to.
Hey, so Chief, a few years ago, you came before us, or, FAR came before us, and there were some safety measures that were in place, and we were sold on that because I wasn't a fan of FAR. And when the team came before us and said, hey, this is a good thing, we're gonna enhance the safety provisions to this.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing today is it wasn't enough?
Well, they are in the process of doing a lot of the things that were in that agreement. The fire side has not allowed them to finish, and if I'm incorrect back there, let me know, but their problem was with the gate. They were just working on the gate. The gate will be up there. It's not going to be a brick wall. I guess there was an interpretation, a belief, or a misunderstanding that this was going to be a brick wall. It's a chain link fence around the facility.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because I know I was pretty adamant. I think Councilman Johnson and myself were the only ones on the board at that time, and this was also based on their lawsuit. But I wasn't a fan because of the risk. There was an explosion years ago before I got on the dais. So that being said, what safety provisions have been completed since, I think, was it 2-3 years ago that this came before? Can you answer that?
I can only tell you from the time, it was about a year ago, actually, where they had the orange, I forget the chemical it was there. It was a ruptured valve. It blew off real quick and all was well. It dissipated into the air. That part we've not gotten with. Like I said, the manager called me last week, and we do plan on getting back together. As far as what's going on and where we're going to take it from there, I'm not ready to. I can't tell you yet just because we haven't gotten together yet.
So the safety provisions that our fire team came before us and was sold on, none of those provisions have been met, like the wall and all of that has yet to be met?
The
And that
wall
was
is
2-3
actually a
years
fence.
ago.
The wall is actually a fence. Am I not correct on that? Yes.
Yeah,
It's a fence, a chain link fence.
yeah, that
More of a
wasn't.
security measure.
That was not my intent, but I've got the city attorney weighing in, and I got the deputy mayor trying to weigh in. Carry on, Madam Attorney.
Mayor, I just want to clarify, because we're mixing up a couple of things that happened. The settlement agreement that involving the wall, FAR did sue. FAR sued because council had approved some development orders for MLEF. So it was MLEF's property that was the subject of the development. So the wall wasn't about FAR, because FAR wasn't seeking anything at the time. The wall was between FAR and MLEF, and it was contingent upon, before MLEF could obtain a certificate of occupancy. MLEF hasn't done anything with the site, so that wall is not a factor in in any of this. Because the wall requirements on MLEF. After the explosion, FAR did come in for a conditional use on their property so that they could, build some type of building that was better able to house the chemicals, and then they did a vacation, and that's where the fencing was. But the wall isn't a part of what they did relative to their safety measures. It's completely separate. That was about MLEF's development of the residential mixed-use project.
Well, that fence, when they came back, I'm thinking it was supposed to be a wall. That's all. Yeah.
For MLEF, once they developed the residential. But this fence has to do with when they were looking, they asked for the vacation, and they also did the conditional use. So it's completely separate, two different things.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, is it a requirement for any business or FAR Chemical to provide the city, the fire department, a copy of all their MSDS, material safety data sheets?
Yes, it is.
So
And the county hazmat team also has all those with them also.
Okay. I've had concerns with FAR Chemicals for a long time, and I was about a mile south I was on R.J. Collin when the text went out, and prior to that, my eyes were burning, and I was like, why I'm having these really weird symptoms, and and it was the situation that was going on at FAR Chemical, and it's my understanding that it wasn't a potent or dangerous substance, but the reality of the matter is they create and manufacture some really serious chemicals, and they're very close to the Indian River Lagoon, and backs up to a community that borders Melbourne and Palm Bay. So I don't know if, in the spirit of, free enterprise and business, but also public safety, working with the city attorney, is some ordinances that can be drafted in place that requires, semi or quarterly inspections from the fire department, also requiring that to issue or reissue a business tax receipt, that they have to show full compliance with all the regulatory government agencies like the FDEP or the EPA. I don't know if those are things that are possible.
Are we asking the city attorney, or are we asking the chief?
I
in
don't
general, to
know
city
if we
attorney.
have the authority to do that.
No, that licensing and that regulation is all done by the state.
What I can offer is when we speak again with the safety manager from FAR, we'll sit down and we'll work with them to come up with some kind of plan, and we'll share it with.
Yeah, and I think furthermore, it'd be important to allow training for both agencies, Palm Bay and Brevard County Hazmat, training for situational training for the real serious stuff that is being produced there.
I can only tell you the interactions I've had with them have been good. In the past, I understand there was some conflict. I wasn't here for that, but I can tell you once we sat down and talked to them, based on the plant safety manager's attitude when he called me. I wasn't tracking him down. I don't really foresee we'll have a problem interacting and doing something positive. I just don't know to what extent that'll go and what the end result of that'll be. But we'll be able to work together and figure something out.
Thank you.
Stand fast. I've got Councilman Johnson. Go ahead.
Just a quick question, because it seems like it's taken a minute in regards to the EPA. I don't know if it will be any value for this council to write a letter or you're right there too, Ms. Morton.
Is that a consensus then?
Yeah, that's a consensus.
All right, that's what I was thinking. All right,
letter.
great minds. All right,
I was
okay.
writing a letter, and if you prefer, I'll bring it to council. Let's get it sent out.
So is that yours too? All right, done deal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Carry on. Thank you. Oh, as you were, Councilman Hammer.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I heard something I really wasn't comfortable with. Did I hear there's a facility within our city that you don't have the ability to have the suits to go and save somebody should they be in there?
I believe that answer is going to be a yes, because of the work they do and with the Defense Department. That's probably about as far as I can go on that right now, but yes, I'm going to say safely that that probably is accurate.
Okay, why was the Coast Guard called before you were?
Well, no, they weren't called before we were. They just called when we got there. That was one of the
Okay.
things. The waterways and stuff like that, that's their priority. They were close to the river. I'm sure that's
Okay.
why their involvement.
So you were there before them, but they called you?
They never showed up, but they
Okay.
did call. Correct.
Okay, and my last question, did you get there before Brevard County?
Me or the department?
Our department, did Palm Bay get there before Brevard County?
Was first on scene, yes. And when I arrived, the hazmat team was staging, getting ready to go into the warm area to start doing their work.
Okay, I have some
I want to
concerns.
say that they did a stellar job. They
Yeah.
were very cooperative.
Yeah.
They were outstanding.
I have some concerns I'll speak to the city manager about at a later date, but that's all I need.
So right along that same vein, Chief, we didn't have the suits to send guys in? Is that what I'm?
We are not a hazmat team. That takes.
Does the county have a hazmat team?
Yes, sir, they do. When there's a hazmat anywhere in the city, and it's my understanding in the county, they are the primary and the only hazmat team in the county right now. Now, they have the ability to go outside of the county to bring other agencies in.
And we don't have that capability, or
We do not. That is a very expensive venture, extensive amount of training. We're focused right now on primary
Carry on.
operations.
All right, sir. Thank you. That's good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Alfie Agari.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. Alfie Agar, 1680 Main Street. I heard so much conversation this evening that really brought me attention to so many places, stretches all over. First, I must say one of our citizens had mentioned about election, and I'm one of the candidates for seat 4. I've been a long-time resident here in Palm Bay. I see a lot of development. When I came in '85, a flashing light was right here by Malabar Road and Minton Road. There was a flashing light and dirt. So a lot of development goes on since then, but there's so much more need to be done for our city, especially with this fast population growth in our city. But I've been campaigning myself. And a couple of questions that came up about a traffic light by Emerson. I know I overheard a few conversations about this traffic light on Emerson and the Parkway. I think it's very important, and a lot of citizens out there are concerned about this intersection because these 2 gas stations going up right now, and I don't know which one of us as council member go by there and in the morning about 7, 8 o'clock to see the congestion there, especially making a left turn from the Parkway back to Emerson. And I think we're going to have a serious incident there pretty soon. Deputy Mayor had mentioned about the impact fee. Some of these areas that the fee was collected on, I know it's hard to move impact fee from one, area to the other, but on 32907 on the Parkway where all these impact fees collected, why can't we do some improvement in that area where the impact fee was collected? And this really concerned me too. A lot of citizens complain about it. And I don't know what the reason why we can't spend that money in that area where it was collected for. Because, the word impact fee tell you exactly the use of the funds. I know we may be using some of this impact fee to purchase this property in Bayside Lake, right? That's maybe something we're gonna do also. But we need to develop some of these areas in a way that, people can get to work, get home safe, and all this kind of thing. I've been working for traffic light company down in Vera all week. And they've been putting traffic light intersection that Hosings doesn't start yet. You know, and that's kind of strange. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Morton? Traffic light, St. John's and Emerson.
So tonight on your consent agenda is an item to put the temporary traffic signal with pedestrian safety features at St. John's and Emerson. That is in lieu for the mast arm manufacturing for the permanent traffic light. Design is done, but the fabrication's probably about a year out for fabrication and installation. But that is in process as well, so there's a temporary solution to get us to the final installation probably within 12 months.
Thank you. Next speaker. I was going to comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, Matt, Mr. Morton, I think on consent too, if you can just speak on the roundabout and then the overall vision and timing of St. John's, Malabar to the county line.
Certainly, yes, yes. So also on tonight's consent is the design as, asked by council to consider roundabouts. So the roundabout for Malabar Road and St. John's Heritage Parkway, that was the preferred design through the PD&E, through FDOT. So we are moving forward. Thank you, Christine, for the nod. So we are moving with that roundabout design, or asked to begin that design construction. That is also a priority. Longer-term transportation solution, at least where we're at today with St. John's, is you'll hear some more about the four-laning tonight, but we have the preliminary consideration from CSX, which is the Central Florida Tollway, as you know, for them to conduct a study at their sole expense of over $1 million. That was asked and agreed to by them, and we had direction support from council. We have that letter of support from council for that analysis. We have a letter of support from our regional transportation planning organization, the Space Coast TPO. We have a letter, it looks like, forthcoming from FDEM, Florida Department of Emergency Management. At least that's under consideration at the moment from them. And then after your leadership through TPO in the state, move that conversation forward, we've also been contacted by the county to talk about their participation in taking it from the county line north to the highway. So I think that whole project has got considerable traction by council's direction and leadership on transportation issues.
Pat Dalbro.
Pat Dalbra, 410 Georges Avenue. Good evening, council and staff. I just want to remind everybody to have a wonderful 4th of July weekend, and we have a superb celebration Saturday from 5 to 9, right?
Hoorah.
Pray that it doesn't rain. With all the decisions that we have to make and concerning monies that were canceled from the state and maybe property tax, and your decision to work with Bayside to obtain rights to that land, and many other things. I just want to bring us back to George Washington back in the beginning when he had the Appeal to Heaven flag made, and he actually carried that with him many times, and he appealed to heaven for God's provision, protection, success, victory in his battles. And if it was not for the sovereign God, we probably would not be here today. I also like to say that during the ratification of the Constitution, there was a lot of fighting, bickering, and really weren't coming to conclusions. So Benjamin Franklin said, don't we think we need to go back to asking God to help us through? So I am appealing to heaven, and I think we all need to come together and appeal to heaven for his help in all the decisions that you have to make. And just for the growth of this city, many people are upset and frustrated, and we need God's help. We need finances, we need the infrastructure fixed, and so many other things. So we do have someone that prays at every meeting, but do we all pray for our city on an everyday basis? I had some other things, but that's going to take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Davis.
Ann Davis, 123 Ridgemont Circle. This has probably been talked about in other meetings, but I just thought I'd bring it up because it's kind of been getting worse, especially in the Bayside area, and that's all I can talk to, is since school was out, I've been seeing packs of kids on bikes, e-bikes, mopeds, whatever you want to call them, in groups of 8 to 12, zipping around up and down the sidewalks, and then into the street, and then over the berms, and, you know, especially from the 7-Eleven down to Bramblewood Circle. There's that empty lot area near the clubhouse that was going to be townhomes at one point, but it's kind of like, let's do wheelies and jump and zoom all around in there. And so I know that as a city, we're kind of stuck in the middle because the state's view on bicycles was kind of soft. So we're kind of in this position where we've created a third category of traffic that doesn't really fit anywhere, because we're not to have bicycles at 20 to 30 miles an hour on sidewalks, but then you can't really have unlicensed minors riding those vehicles in the street. So I really don't know what the answer is, but I feel like sometimes communities wait until something bad happens, and then they say, ooh, lesson learned, let's go do something. And I would like for all of us to be proactive and not wait for something bad to happen before we take action. Now, I don't know if you guys can create regulations or guidelines regarding safety at the county level or the Palm Bay level as an extra layer of protection for the kids. I'm not even picking on them. I'm just worried that either they're going to hurt someone or themselves, there's going to be an accident, someone's going to hurt a pedestrian. And I just feel like this issue is becoming more systemic. And I don't know if there's any solutions that you guys can kind of brainstorm to see if there's something that we can do at a community level to protect everybody in the situation. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Legislation did pass, however, the governor vetoed the e-bike bill. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for your comments. I agree with you. While I'm glad that more kids are out, because I do see a lot more kids out and about, but I've also seen several close accidents, specifically in the Bayside Lakes area. I saw a kid almost get taken out twice. He didn't have the right of way either. He didn't have the right of way. So I'm with you. I don't know what we can do, Mr. Morton or Chief. I'm not sure if there is anything, but we'll rather be proactive than reactive if we can, especially with what the mayor mentioned in regards to the veto from the governor. So we're not trying to hinder the children, but we want to make sure they're safe and they're responsible. And most of the times, I rode my bike, but sometimes kids are being kids. We don't always look, or not we, I'm not a kid anymore. But when we're at that age, we don't always look both ways like we're supposed to. So we want to try to be as proactive without being overbearing on them, so.
Ma'am, thank you. Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I'd like to remind everybody, I discussed low-speed vehicles and some regulations that we could put forth throughout our city. We actually have a manufacturer of low-speed vehicles right here in Palm Bay that I was interested in possibly coming up with something, age limits for low-speed vehicles where we don't have e-bikes, we don't have this. They're called low-speed vehicles when they reach 25 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour plus. I would love to bring that back if anybody would like to talk about it. I did some pretty in-depth research. I've had a couple close personal friends, kids have incidents on e-bikes, and I'm extremely passionate about it. If you guys would like to move forward, I can bring something, but the option is there should you guys want to talk about it at another point.
Okay, let's bring that up on the reports. Okay. Next speaker.
Sophia Vasquez.
Hello, Councilman. My name is Sophia Vasquez. I live on 1344 Scottish Street. I have been living in Palm Bay since I was a little girl. And this place is very, very dear to me. And part of what makes this place so special to me is the wildlife we have around here. Now, I recently posted a video on my social media that got around very, very close, just under 60,000 views, thousands of likes, and hundreds of comments, agreeing with my notion that a lot of the construction that I'm observing, as well as many other adolescents like myself, are not beneficial to the people here. We feel as though that every time we do see something being built, it's apartments, cookie-cutter apartments, and high-density neighborhoods. However, I look around and I see that our roads, I don't think that they have the capacity to hold so many people. I don't think that, like our water irrigation system by Palm Bay High, constantly being flooded. I look around and I see dead animals on the side of the road more often than I did when I was young, because we're tearing down so many lands for these new apartments and for these new houses. I come here to say that I think that the city would really benefit if we put a little bit more effort. I don't want to say effort. I think the city would really benefit if we try to put in more initiatives for recreational places, recreational activities. Like recently mentioned, with these kids riding around all the time, I think it's because they don't have a place to go. They don't have anywhere else to go. So what do? They're out in the streets and they're out doing whatever. And that's how I felt when I was younger. That's how I felt as a teenager. And that's how I feel now as a young adult, that we don't have a lot of spaces here for us. So I'd just like to come up here and say that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the public comments.
All right, that means we're right on schedule for under consent.
I have one speaker card, Mayor.
Okay.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I'd like to see if possible, under consent agenda item number 8 and consent agenda item number 10. On number 8, it was a unilateral agreement between Indian River and the city of Palm Bay for emergency services, because they said Indian River can get to city of Palm Bay residents quicker than the city of Palm Bay can get to the residents of Palm Bay. Well, Bill Batten, being the idiot he is, says, well, why did we expand the city into areas that we knew we could not provide services for? That's what the question is. And so that's saying, if we're having to ask other people to take care of our needs, then evidently we expanded more than we had the ability to maintain on. And it's happened with both police, fire, and infrastructure. And then the other one was item number 10, which was a funding source for the planning of the sidewalks along DeGroot Road. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand it's a grant, but still, even with that grant, you asked for $50,000 for the planning of it. So there's still a cost, even though there's grants. I'm not trying to get away from that. But as I look at it, that was more than 2 miles of run distance. And I thought the school buses were going to be taking some of that up because it was part of that distance. The other thing I see with the sidewalk coming in along DeGroot Road is the fact that we just talked about the e-bikes and the golf carts, all just using the sidewalks like a traffic lane. And that's what's happening now. They're just going faster and faster. So it gives them a straight shot from Jupiter Boulevard all the way past the school. Straight line. There's no other traffic stops or anything else. They'll be able to get on that sidewalk and just crank it up. So I'm just trying to say if there's something you could do about that one. All right? The other side with that was since the governor vetoed the electric bike ordinance, possibly, I don't want to see more government, but I would like to see, well, possibly we could have registration of e-bikes. We could have registration of bikes. We could have registration of golf carts. All of these things that are jumping on the sidewalk, and using it for, instead of walks, they're using it for separate lane. And when it comes up to, when you're walking down the sidewalk and you see these things coming at you at 40 and 50 miles an hour, as you're walking, what do? You get out of their way. Hold it, you're missing the point of sidewalks. So potentially add a little bit revenue coming in. I know it'd be more work than it's probably worth for the staff in the city, but it is a possibility because people say, I register, I might not do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton?
So just to the mutual aid.
Mutual aid, yes.
Mutual aid, I don't want to dismiss Mr. Batten's comments. He's right, growth is hard, growth is, comes at us quick sometimes, and the city historically, not since you guys have provided leadership and direction, has not treated concurrency, I don't think, with the weight or gravity it deserves. That's definitely something we're talking about. But let's think about mutual aid like an insurance agreement. And this agreement expressly does not, in fact, it qualifies that no party, either us or Indian River County, are relieved from the necessity and the obligation to provide timely and adequate emergency medical response, fire response, structural fire suppression. So what this insurance agreement really does is it's a way for two entities who share a common border that neither one have the financial capacity, resources, or maybe are in the planning stage to go ahead and construct a bunch of resources while we watch that area grow. Right? This is the hardest part about what we call level of service. Everything is good until you hit that cap, but the minute I need one additional police car, but there's only one person to pay for it, right? So it's kind of that same theory. We need additional fire resources. We don't have the tax base yet necessarily or the growth pattern to support it. So what we've determined is in certain circumstances, a house is on fire, for instance, there's a car accident with an injury. We're saying we don't care about, at the end of the day, whose immediate responsibility that could be jurisdictionally. The care is get the right and the appropriate amount of resources dispatched as quickly as possible to save lives and property. There are some what they call mutual aid. That's more discretionary. To say, well, in these circumstances, when resources are available, we're going to go ahead and co-dispatch. And that frees us up to where if we had a situation like in the compound where we had a tremendous amount of resources deployed to fight a fire that was intentionally set several times over the course of 6 weeks, that we have resources on standby in backup that are idling with the help of another jurisdiction to provide that response. And so I like mutual aid agreements. We have them with, I believe, the Brevard County Sheriff. We have them with, as you heard, through our bomb squad, through our hazmat response. So Mr. Batten raises great points, but I do like the mutual aid agreement. In terms of real quick of the sidewalk, we get a lot of that generation of those requests for the safe routes to schools that are originating through our transportation planning organization, the TPO, and we follow that along with the guidance of backlog, we consider backlog of pedestrian, mainly school-age children, safety things regardless of the school bus. A lot of kids choose not to ride the school bus. They walk, they ride their bikes, or they ride their e-bikes, or parent, right? So providing those resources, I think, is prudent. And again, through the Safe Roads to School and other granting programs, I think we've seen a lot of overall pedestrian benefit. These are great projects with a lot of safety design and iteration, connecting critical key walking routes there. So that's kind of the standpoint of why you see that grant application before you tonight.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the brief. Council members, any items? I need a motion.
Motion to approve consent.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Smith?
Ordinance 2026-15, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2026 budget by appropriating and allocating funds as identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 4 pages, and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, Finance. Adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Right now, we're on public hearing item number 2. Madam, or I'm just going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to ask staff to come present this quasi-judicial proceeding to you tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Althea.
Good evening. Althea Jefferson, Growth Management Director for the record. Tonight's staff is presenting case V26-00002.
Ma'am, stand fast. Madam Attorney?
If I may, just one moment. I typically would, before our quasi judicial hearings, read the.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may. The following items are quasi judicial in nature. Hearing agenda items numbers 2 and 4. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card, which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Counsel should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're, again, item number 2. Carry on.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight, staff is presenting this variance request presented for the Heritage Square Dental property located at 120 St. John's Heritage Parkway Northwest. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow an additional wall sign on the east elevation of their existing building. Currently, on the 0.83 acre site, which is zoned Parkway Mixed Use, there is a wall sign facing Malabar Road. Let's see if I can. If I know how to operate this, which is here. And the applicant is requesting an additional sign, which is actually on their east elevation of the building, but it is adjacent to a driveway, not frontage on a road or street, which is what the code requires for wall signage. Currently, there is, in addition to the wall sign, there's a monument sign on the property as well. I thought I had a picture of that, but there is a monument sign closer to the road. I don't know if you've been out at this location recently, but there is a McDonald's next to this site. This is the new Publix.
The new Northwest.
Yes. So the applicant has indicated in their response to the variance criteria that they're requesting the additional sign to provide additional visibility to potential customers from the vantage point of the existing driveway, not the frontage of the street. This case was actually heard by the Planning and Zoning Board, and the Planning and Zoning Board voted to support the applicant's request, although staff had recommended denial just based on the fact that this is a variance to the code, which is established to provide a standard for signage throughout the city, not just this one site, whereby the frontage is the ideal place, location, placement for wall signs on the building. So when we look at this variance request, we take into the unique and undue, unnecessary hardship based on the property in question. Staff determined that the applicant did not show where there was an undue hardship unique to this particular property, and their request being just to provide additional visibility to the building for their specific property, where signage is not allowed on the wall. With that, I'll leave it to the applicant to present what they have. The primary thing that we have to stay focused on is that, was there an undue hardship for this particular request or regulation in the code? Staff's findings was that there is not.
So is the McDonald's blocking that visibility of the business, ma'am?
Currently, the McDonald's is on the direct intersection of Malabar and the Parkway. So there's quite some distance between the two buildings, and I believe there is a plan for additional structures to be built between the two. So even if you can't visualize the building or see the building from the vantage point of the main intersection, there will be additional buildings there as well. So the McDonald's is in a unique situation where it's right at the intersection.
Right.
So it is able to have signs on both walls, the one facing Malabar, the one facing the Parkway. In the instance of any additional buildings built perpendicular to the Malabar frontage, they will be allowed to have the one wall sign facing the frontage. That is,
So the sign they're requesting is at the wall of the building or closer to the?
so the sign is on the wall. They're permitted one wall sign per frontage on a street. They only have one street frontage, so they're permitted one wall sign. They do have another side to their building. I don't know how I would describe the east vantage point. If you were leaving the Publix, walking out of the Publix front door and go to your right. So this is where that other wall is located.
I see now.
They're,
Okay.
right,
That's what they're looking for.
that's where they're looking to
Okay.
put an additional sign,
Okay,
which is this elevation here.
okay.
If the rest of the property were being shown, the Publix would be to the right. Not immediately to the right, but to the right. So this
So
is
would that
just,
be individual businesses that would put up signs? Or is it the ones?
there will be additional businesses next to this dental care that are adjacent to the Publix.
So that's where the signs would go?
This is the approved sign facing Malabar. This is the sign they'd like to have approved, but this is just in the parking lot. It's just facing the driveway of the parking lot.
Okay, all right.
That's what that is. It's not street frontage. It's
right.
just,
Somewhere in the
Driveway.
parking lot?
it's from the parking lot,
Okay, for them to see from the parking lot.
right.
Understood, okay, thanks. Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, ma'am?
Yes, I'm trying to keep it brief, but if you want more information, I can.
No, I don't think anyone else has questions. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of staff? Council?
We have the applicant, I have a speaker card.
Okay. Call him up, sir.
Do we want to hear from the
Yeah,
applicant first?
Applicant, yeah.
If he's here.
Is the applicant here?
Okay.
You don't see any applicant representation?
So,
No?
Speaker card.
Okay, let's hear it from the speaker then.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. This is one of those cases where it makes sense for the business to advertise, but it also makes sense for the city to have governing policies. That's why the ordinance says you have one on the front for your primary entrance. Unfortunately, makes it convenient for the business because people can see it coming up to where the driveway is. And once you're in the parking lot, it also gives you the ability to see where the business is. On the negative side of that, though, is I can see, well, this business is allowed to do it on the side of their building. Well, I have another business over here. I want to put mine on the side of the business also. So there was a reason why it started being regulated into just the front of the building, right? So, but common sense for advertisement for the business, it just makes sense for the people to see it. So maybe it needs to be something in the ordinance that needs to govern this for a common sense approach, instead of just saying, you know, you can only advertise on the front of the building, but you can't see it until you've gone past their driveway. You know, just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing and need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the variance.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as a council body, we asked for more commercial development, and then we put a lot of restrictions in place that make it costly and timely for them to open up a successful business. You know, this particular parcel is at the furthest western portion of Malabar Road, and so their frontage is Malabar Road beyond St. John's Heritage Parkway. This eastern elevation will give them exposure to anybody making a right-hand turn onto St. John's Heritage Parkway. So I think the code is restrictive. I think it should be modified. I think that's something that should be added to the list when we're going through the land development code. But I fully support this variance. I think it does put an undue hardship onto the client. I think the restrictions put a hardship because it can hurt the potential of their advertising. And so, you know, the traffic count from Minton or from Malabar to St. John's going westward is one subdivision that's not even, maybe it's got 15 houses in it. And so the exposure and the heavy traffic count is on the eastern side. So I believe that the code does put an undue hardship, and I feel like staff should have recognized that hardship and should have just been administrative approval if that was able to happen. So with that, I approve it.
Okay. Councilman Langevin, anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, he hit it on the head, but even if the code wasn't, you know, a hardship on commercial in general, there's never a one-size-fits-all policy, especially for a city the size of Palm Bay. So again, as I always say, I appreciate the staff for doing their job and looking at the code and making sure that we're following the code, but at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to use a little common sense, and then that's why it comes to us, so.
Common sense. Yes, sir, that sounds familiar. Like coolers on the 4th of July, sir. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 3.
Ordinance 2026-10. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the 2045 Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation for property located at the northwest intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway Northwest and Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Canal Number 1, and legally described herein, from low-density residential, LDR, high-density residential, HDR, commercial, COM, and recreational and open space, ROS, to neighborhood center, NC, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is a final reading. We do have staff here to present if you'd like a refresher, and I also believe the applicant is here as well.
Okay.
Mayor and City Attorney, I'd just like to make an additional comment about the quasi-judicial portion of I did announce at the previous meeting that there was some discussions with the developer's representative and just a minor conversation this last week prior to today about their participation in the construction management services of the widening of St. John Heritage Parkway, and that was the extent of the conversation.
Thank you.
Also, after the meeting, before it was placed on the agenda, I had a phone call with Greg from Lennar where he reached out about my feelings about the road needing widened. And I just reiterated my stance with how I feel about the road needing to be widened. And it was a nice conversation. Thank you.
Regarding item number 4 specifically, I spoke to Mr. Greg Pettibon.
Okay. Well, I don't think it qualifies, but I do know that the attorney called directly to make sure I was going to be at this meeting, so I'll disclose that as well. But that was the extent of my conversation. I did confirm I would be at this meeting, as I am at every meeting.
Mayor, I was on vacation. I didn't talk to anybody.
Yeah, I was on vacation too, brother. Thank you, Councilman Langevin. So, Mr. Morton,
Yes.
you present this case, sir?
Staff will present it.
Okay, here
Would
we
you like to
go.
give us a refresher and report on the state's comments, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So as the city manager mentioned, you heard this item already. This is the second reading. After you heard it at first reading, upon approval, we transmitted it to Florida Commerce. The state did their agency reviews, and we received their feedback on June 10th, stating that there are no adverse impacts to state resources. Given that, I will turn this over to the applicant to give their detailed presentation tonight.
Okay. Council, any questions of staff at this time? No? Okay. All right. Applicant, please step forward. Mr. Pettibone, you could bring that lectern up, sir, so you don't have back spasms, sir. Yeah, there you go. You just, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Is it moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that better, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you all. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to come back in front of you. I greatly appreciate the conversations. And again, just if I may back up, Greg Pettibone with Lennar Homes. I greatly appreciate the feedback both at our first hearing and then follow-up we've had on subsequent hearings. From the first hearing, comments that were suggested, we went back, we tried to do our homework, we reached back out, we looked for opportunities to continue to partner with the city. I greatly appreciate time from a number of you, Mr. Jaffe, with speaking about opportunities to partner with staff and continue to work with your staff and the city staff there with opportunities to craft an agreement to CM the Parkway. I also appreciate feedback I've gotten from other members, even things that were suggested in prior discussions, transit situations, building opportunity in the future should a larger mass transit situation come on to play, opportunities for bus shelters for children, just an expanded package with that we remain committed to incorporating into the project. We stand behind our prior term sheets, and again, with the opportunity to even expand that into a different role that we've talked about with staff. And again, we remain ready to be partners with the city and are here to happily represent anything of substance or any questions that anybody may have. Again, just thankful for the opportunity and appreciative to be able to operate within the city of Palm Bay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Medina. Great to see you all again. My name is Leah Heinzelman with Kotler and Hearing, here on behalf of Lennar for Everlands West. We're happy to be here tonight for the second reading, and I will not go through the entire presentation again. We might skip through a couple slides. I know you all want to see it again, but did want to highlight a few of the key factors and things that we're really excited to bring forward with Everlands. So again, our great team, everyone is here tonight. Answer any questions. And again, just a quick recap, the property is located at the northwest corner of Pace Drive and St. John's Heritage Parkway, placing it along a key north-south corridor within the city. So both the existing and proposed future land use designations allow for significantly higher residential densities than what's being proposed with this community. But even with the flexibility, this project is being designed at just a low overall density of 1.96 dwelling units an acre. In addition, the plan preserves over 310 acres of wetlands and conservation areas, helping maintain that natural character of the site and the western edge of Palm Bay. And we really appreciate all of the work that staff's been going over with us. And then again, just wanted to remind the board that the overall Palm Vista Everlands community was previously approved for up to 4,000 residential units, and this request is not seeking to increase that approved density. The proposed future land use amendment and rezoning maintain the existing development allowance for Everlands West. The primary purpose of these requests is to provide additional flexibility in the design and layout of the community, allowing the team to better cluster the home sites, enhance amenities and open space, and preserve the site's existing wetlands and natural features, helping to really make a wonderful site for future and existing residents. So currently, this site includes a mix of land use designations. We are proposing to unify this under the Neighborhood Center designation, which supports residential development complemented by neighborhoods serving commercial and civic uses. While the category allows higher densities, again, we are just proposing a little under 2 dwelling units an acre, so it stays low in intensity while providing the flexibility for an innovative design for those uses. And then the existing zoning is Brevard County Agricultural Residential, and we are proposing a planned unit development with the proposed preliminary development plan. Again, the PUD allows us to design the community as a whole, integrating residential, open space, amenities, and non-residential units. So again, we are maxed at 2,360 residential homes, 1.96 dwelling units an acre, well below what could be allowed with the land use. I'm just going to go through a couple of these history slides. So to date, Lennar has made significant investments in infrastructure that benefit both the project and the surrounding area. As you can see on the screen, here are the specific benefits to date: 60 acres of right-of-way dedication and implementation, 3.5 miles of water line, 3.5 miles of force main, a combined total of over $7 million of infrastructure, fire protection for existing city residents and improved water quality, Florida Power and Light extension for the future Emerson signal, and finally the added impact fees of Everlands East, bringing in about $24 million. And again, we went over this last time, so I'll quickly go through a couple of these slides, but here you can see more than 40% of the site is focused around the existing wetlands and preserve areas, creating and maintaining important habitats while designing a community that's focused around the nature of the city. At the preliminary development stage, the roadway network and lot areas have been designed, but again, we'll be back for the final development with the formal lot layouts and integration of all the amenity areas. So again, here's just an idea of what the community is going to look like. Very oriented around family and community lifestyle, providing different amenity areas and opportunities for active and passive uses. Here's an example of all of the different trail networks and connections. Here are some proposed site features. Again, 6.5 miles of walking trails and other active adult items. Some examples of markers and educational materials that could be on the site. Examples of some of the lot layouts. Here we can see the beautiful homes and examples. And then again, as I had mentioned, there's going to be 145,000 square feet of non-residential uses. So again, these are intended to serve the surrounding community. It may include retail, office, institutional, and civic uses. Whoops. Missing a slide here, but as far as some of the public safety goes for the police, we do have contributing impact fees for continued investment. And then, whoops, as you can see on screen, fire protection is provided by multiple nearby stations. Again, there's also a future station being planned closer to the site, which will further enhance the coverage. And then, again, I'm not going to read all of this, but we are meeting all the utility capacities. We are also meeting the capacities for the different schools. A traffic and impact analysis has been provided, along with signal warrant studies at key intersections showing its compliance. Project represents a strong financial benefit to the city. As shown on the screen, Lennar's existing projects within Palm Bay have already contributed over $23.8 million. And then, as shown earlier, Lennar has helped fund the improvements and installation of St. John's Heritage Parkway, Emerson Drive, and Pace Drive connections, along with over 7 miles of utility mains and extensions for the FPL to Emerson Drive for future signals. And then again, this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, compatible with surrounding development, and represents the final stage of a long-standing community vision. It provides meaningful public benefits, including infrastructure improvements, environmental preservation, and economic contribution to the city. So after, again, continued coordination with and conversations with staff in the various city departments, Lennar has agreed to provide additional public benefits associated with the project. Specifically related to the police services, Lennar has agreed to provide a full upfront proportionate share payment for the overall project following approval of the final development plan for Phase 1, totaling approximately $56,000. In addition, the police impact fees will continue to be paid with each individual phase, with the upfront contribution tied to the FDP approval process. Again, at this time, Phase 1 is anticipated to move forward in the first quarter of 2027, Phase 2 in spring of 2027. Similarly, after further coordination with the fire department and city staff, Lennar has also agreed to additional contributions toward fire protection services for the project and surrounding areas, including a $1.75 million toward a new quint truck anticipated hopefully in end of 2026, early 2027. Again, these will be at the time of the Phase 1 FDT approval, so first quarter of 2027, second phase, spring 2027. And then regarding transportation improvements, traffic impact fees, payments required for the project's proportionate fair share mitigation will also be paid in full for each individual phase upon approval of the corresponding final development plan. I know, again, we went over this last time, but there's been great discussion with the city regarding opportunities for additional public art contributions and community enhancements. As shown on the screen, the discussion around the potential George Washington Monument. Lennar is excited to support and contribute toward this. And then finally, another additional public benefit Lennar is proposing to bring to the city of Palm Bay is the design and construction of the proposed pickleball court complex at Fred Pope Regional Park. The improvement is anticipated to tie into impact fee credits associated with Phase 1 of the FDP. So we appreciate the continued coordination and guidance from staff throughout the process, and we look forward to continuing that collaboration. And we are at that July 2nd reading, as you can see, and the team anticipates bringing forward the Phase 1 final development plan and developers agreement to the Planning and Zoning Board in November, followed by 2 city council readings currently anticipated in December and January of 2027. So again, as second reading, we thank you all for your consideration, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I don't see any questions that council has. They would be buzzing in on me.
Perfect.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Who's next? Anyone else on your team next? Mr. Pettibone?
Again, we stand ready for any follow-up questions,
Okay.
anything again.
So-
So,
I'll tee it off to the audience then, and then
Thank you.
we'll give you an opportunity to, well, Councilman Johnson may have a question.
Well, yeah, this question may be for Mr. Pettibon or Deputy Mayor Jaffe. I heard Deputy Mayor Jaffe mention the conversations they were having regarding the widening of St. John's Heritage Parkway. If you or the applicant can speak on that, of what negotiations or what you were looking at, or?
Yeah, so, I proposed that idea at the previous meeting before we went on recess, and I wasn't a part of, I just gave the high-level 10,000 picture view. I believe Mr. Morton or maybe Mr. DiLorenzo can speak further of what those deeper conversations have looked like.
So
If they could,
is your
then,
question
yeah.
to Mr. Morton now?
Yes, yeah,
All right.
or Mr.
Mr.
DiLorenzo.
Morton or Mr. DiLorenzo?
Mr. DiLorenzo. Thank you, sir.
Mayor,
I was going to let the applicant do it.
Ma'am?
if the widening, which I do not believe, is certainly if it's part of the land use, which it typically isn't, it would be appropriate to further discuss this. This may be a condition that's on maybe the zoning, but I just don't want to muddy my record if this isn't part of why we're going to, what we're considering for their land use.
I was just having a conversation.
I know, but I've got my record here, and I really want it to be right.
Yes, ma'am, understood, understood.
So save that question.
Yeah, I'll save for.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess my question for Mr. Pettibon, I'll speak, because we spoke on the phone the other day. And, one thing, we saw earlier, the young ladies from the Evans Center come and speak, and the city provided a facility, for a nonprofit organization to utilize. And what we had spoken about, sir, which just kind of wanted to hear your take, in regards to utilizing an area in your project for organization or for, we don't have PAL anymore. And people keep coming to complain about the youth not having anything to do or people having nowhere to congregate. We've heard from young people speak in public comments as well. And there's really nothing in that northwest area as well.
Absolutely. And following our discussion, sir, I was able to secure approval from my management leadership team to offer, I believe it's just a little under 2 acres. It's a property at the, it's the closest piece of property that we have to the southwest corner of Emerson and the Parkway. It would be accessible from Emerson. It's being built now by the developer that's building that, and we would continue that to the west. But we would be able to make that a civic donation to the city for use however city leadership feels that they need that. So we'd be happy to provide that. And I did get approval to commit to that.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you for that suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So right now, I want to hear from the public, unless there's any additional, anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Please step forward.
Evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mark Goodman, 2672 Peralta Drive Southeast, Palm Bay. I wanted to come here tonight as a resident of Palm Bay in support of the proposed land use change to high-density residential. Approval of this ordinance will dovetail to the approval of the subsequent ordinance in this evening's agenda, approving the expansion of the Palm Vista Timbers Riverwood development on St. John's Heritage Parkway. As a longtime member of the development community, strategic growth helps sustain our industry, and the additional development and impact fees will only contribute and accelerate the planned expansion of the balance of St. John's Heritage Parkway, helping to alleviate traffic congestion, and will further help the local community with employment opportunities and future commercial development interests, further increasing the quality of life for all of the local residents. I ask that you vote for approval to allow for this project to move forward.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, ma'am, please step forward. And anyone else, please, by show of hands, that wishes to speak? All right, you're next. Thank you. 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, I'm Kelly Aswanya. I'm at 543 Escroll Street.
Ma'am, can you draw the mic a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
Didn't realize how short I was. I'm Kelly Aswanya. I live at 543 Escroll Street. I really like the designs of this project. The fact that they're going to preserve so many wetlands and that it's all one wetland, I think is really amazing. I see a lot of communities where you just have like little pocket wetlands, and I feel like this is going to give so much more space for native species to thrive. I also was really excited to hear about all of the off-site stuff that they want to do for our communities, like expanding the parkway, but also the pickleball court. I think that's going to be great at Poppy, and the fact that they're willing to donate some of their land to give us some extra space to do stuff. I love it. So I want you guys to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker? You guys can come up, sit up closer if you like.
Javier Urbina, I live in 1446 W Circle. I moved from South Florida to Palm Bay for good opportunity. I like it was communities growing and it's good for the community, for us. My family, like, that's why I moved, like, I moved here for good growing. I like how this work. This community going there, I said, that's good opportunity for everybody to make it more work to us, everybody. I work in the landscaping business, so that's why I see a lot of things going. That's why I moved here. My family, good opportunity to my family, in better school here. I coming from West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name and address.
Yeah, I'm Miguel Morales, and I live in 1465 Diablo Circle. And I think this project is going to bring a lot of opportunity for the city. The tax revenue, I think, is going to help everyone to, develop the city. Any issue, any street, I think it's going to be really, really helpful for you guys. Mostly you guys know where the city needs more attention. So I think that this is going to be a big opportunity for everyone, for the city, for us, and I just support the project.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Well, you could bring that one up, buddy. Would you help him, Miss Alti? Oh, there you go. Outstanding.
It's okay. Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Franklin Chavez. I live in 1446 Diablo Circle, Southwest. So just adding a little bit more, I have come here from 3 years ago. I have living here in this city. So I think that growth brings a lot of opportunity for young people, that we are entrepreneurs. We are building our own companies. I have a company that is consulting. So we offer a lot of bookkeeping, accounting, payroll. So that brings a lot of company here that is gonna need those services. So for me, it's a big opportunity, and I'm gonna take it. And also, I'm a spur man. So for me, it's also another opportunity to have everything close. Sometimes I have to drive like 30 minutes to go to Viera and play some baseball, or have to go to the university, Joseph and Davis, to play volleyball. So sometimes take a lot of time for me, but it's good to have everything closer. So when the city is growing, everything is gonna be closer to me and all the families, and I think for you too. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Mr. Pettibone, would you want to address this again, or?
Only if need be. Again, we're
I don't have
here to
any-
answer any questions, and thank you all.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Did you raise your hand? No? Okay, carry on, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so no additional speakers? I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion. Need a motion?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-10.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by?
I'll second it.
By Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
No, Mayor.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I'd like a roll call.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Passes 4-1. We are now on item number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-11, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, approving a preliminary development plan to be known as Palm Vista Everlands West and Plan Unit Development, PUD, zoning, which property is located at the northwest intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway Northwest and Marlboro-Tillman Water Control District Canal Number 1, and legally described herein, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. And Mr. Morton, did you want Althea to come back up?
Yes, please. Give you an update if there's any, and obviously the applicant is here also.
Yes.
Good evening once again. So this is the preliminary development plan. Basically, the second steps to this will be the final development plan, which the applicant showed you their proposed schedule to come back and present that to you. I believe it was in November, with final reading in January of 2027. Again, this is the second reading, and I have nothing further.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to say anything? Or I looked over there looking for Ms. Rosank, and she just plays musical chairs with me.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Kim Rosenka with Lacey Rosenka in Melbourne, Florida. We're here to ask for approval of the PDP with all the conditions that we've discussed, with all of the improvements that have been offered. And we would incorporate our prior presentation into this presentation so we don't have to go through that again. If you'd like us to go through all of the improvements we've offered, we can put that slide back up. I don't know if it's been, I think it's on a term sheet in your.
Yes.
So you can incorporate those into any motions if you should choose to approve this. And
So
we're here to
we're-
answer any questions.
We're using all of
Yeah.
the previous,
Okay.
Madam Attorney.
Okay.
Yes, and we've talked about it. I have no problem with incorporating. I just don't like the merger.
Okay.
So she's fine.
Carry on. I just wanted to make sure.
So
'cause-
incorporating our presentation, we'd like to incorporate also the public comments, although they weren't for this particular hearing. And we do have the traffic engineer, we do have the traffic warrant studies. If you had any particular questions related to the actual development plan, we can answer those.
So we do, it appears we do have a question. Councilman Johnson.
It's for Mr. Di Lorenzo.
Di Lorenzo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So following up on the first public hearing where Deputy Mayor suggested maybe there's an opportunity to do a contract, construction management to build the widening of the parkway. Mr. Predabone and I had a conversation to indicate that staff was in favor of that, if that was an opportunity. And I think Mr. Pettibone can give you the particulars of our conversation since it's his offer. But I will tell you from where we are in the design for the project. We're over 60% design from the roundabout all the way to the county line. We anticipate, we're doing some change orders now that this looks like we're going to move forward quicker than originally suggested. We have a couple change orders in with our design consultant to turn these into construction plans. And we have a deadline with them of July of 2027 to have 100% plans. We also anticipate we'll have all of the impact fee funding we'll need for the project too, for with the prepayments that they're suggesting in phase 1 and phase 2, and then the impact fees that we've already collected and anticipate collecting over the next year. We'll have the funding to close that gap and construct the widening of the parkway.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Di Lorenzo. Two follow-up questions. One, with this, with the widening, because it's not going to be the widening of the full St. John Heritage Parkway at this time, are there any concerns of bottleneck issues?
Your administration team meets with the county quarterly, and we have had this conversation with them that we are moving forward with this, and to put them on notice that at least they should know that we are moving forward. They have to work through their process. Well, as you know, we've also engaged conversations with the Central Florida Expressway Authority on the opportunity that could lead to, and the city manager touched on how the county has reacted to that positively, and that we continue to move that forward, which could be the solution for that northern piece from the county line going north.
Okay, and then just finding that congruency to see if we can get both to align at the same time and
Yes.
make it, so, okay, so we're just keeping our finger on the pulse with that, with the county.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Follow-up question for the city attorney. For the city attorney, does there need to be a specific process regarding this, being that typically this will be like a procurement matter? I love the fact that this could be done by a private developer for much cheaper and possibly, well, most certainly quicker as well. But I just want to make sure from the legal standpoint, are there any concerns on there?
This, of course, is very preliminary discussions, and it's just been with management and the applicant, not, of course, related directly to the approvals that we're considering tonight. I am certain that management will loop in my office as well as the interim procurement officer at this point, because discussions have been such preliminary. We are not involved, and I can't really comment because I know very little other than what has been said today.
All right, I'm good, Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Yeah,
As you were going.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I honestly thought the drawings were further along in here and that they're 60% and will trigger release for change orders to construction phase. Like, I'd hate to expand the ask, but I think it would be beneficial to everybody is to allow Lennar to participate in the pre-construction discussions as well, just to make sure that we don't over-design a road and have, you know, the professionals, contractors input on some potential like VE conversations. So if Mr. Pettibone's open to that as well, expanding the scope from, you know, pre-construction as well as construction manager, I think it would be beneficial.
We'd be happy to participate in those discussions, meetings, and any resources we could bring in terms of value engineering, costing, helping to work with staff on any part of that.
Outstanding. Speaker cards?
Kelly Eswonia,
Kelly?
I believe she left.
Oh, did they speak?
So they submitted speaker cards for 3 and 4. We called them up for 3, but they still wrote cards for 4. So I think,
Okay, so call them anyway, just in
yeah,
case.
Kelly Eswonia, Franklin Chavez, Javier Urbina, Miguel Morales, Mark Goodman.
Mark Goodman?
He left.
All right. Okay. Do you wish to say anything, concluding remarks, sir, before I close the public hearing?
Other than just the thanks to everybody on the board for your consideration to our project, for the dialogue. We share so many of the same concerns that you have and that the residents have as well, whether it's traffic, the young lady speaking about wildlife and all those elements. I mean, we've really tried very hard, particularly with this phase of the community, to just create something quite special, whether it's just significant preservation of wetlands, whether it's partnering with you guys for the civic parcel, for roadway construction, just different parts and pieces that we think are major additions to the city. So we're here for any other questions, but we thank you all so much. Bye.
Well, I think Councilman Johnson's got a question.
Well, not necessarily for Mr. Greggs. First also, I appreciate the conversation, like I said, we had. And to your point, Mayor, I don't think we've seen an applicant like dot the i's and cross the t's like this since
Ever.
Yeah, so I attest to that. Back to Madam Smith.
So
Yeah. Okay. Go.
I've got another
You
speaker
have another.
card.
All right.
They
They can go
just-
first.
they
They
just
can go
told me-
first. Yeah.
Gather your
We had
thoughts.
a late submission, Mr. Stice. Mr. Stice, would you like to
So
speak?
you'll have an opportunity, Mr. Pettibone, to come back up.
Robert Stice, 1796 Wilbrook Drive. Thanks for letting me get this in. I'm just curious, on the 760 multifamily units, are they apartments? And if they're apartments, how many apartments are going in there? Just curious. Thank you.
Does that conclude your comment, sir? Okay. Mr. Pettibone?
So the answer to that is we're not an apartment builder. I think, it's a large piece of property. It'll be built over probably a decade or more. I don't see us doing that, but again, there is a multifamily property that was undeveloped on the east side. We've not done anything with it for 8 years. I believe also, and I'd have to talk to my team, I think that the multifamily designation includes townhomes, unless I'm mistaken. So there would be some townhomes. I'm not certain if it includes like a triplex. I believe it does as well, but we do have a diversity of product that we're looking at. That I think the multifamily designation is primarily derived from a standard townhome versus a plan. We did at one point contemplate something that with some height perhaps to take advantage of some of the vistas, but we're not sure that that's the market at present.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. All right. I'm closing the public hearing, and I'm needing a motion. I'll go ahead and second it. I need a motion.
Motion to approve 2026-11.
Second. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any additional comments?
No, Mayor.
Well, I want to say a few words. And I, alluding to what you previously said, staff worked really hard with the developer regarding this, and this is the very first time that this city has been blessed to get impact fees prior to the actual phase. So they're going to prepay for the phase. I really commend Lennar for doing that. They could build a pickleball court quicker than what we could go and send it out for the road improvements that you were referring to or attempting to negotiate there as well. Design, they have more experience, so this is probably the first time in the history of this city, but I want to take this opportunity to commend Mr. Morton and Mr. DiLorenzo for working diligently with the developer, dotting your i's, crossing your t's. This is a worthwhile project. We talked about conservation easement, walking trails through wetlands. What a beautiful project. I can't wait to see it come to fruition. So thank you so much. With that, I'm calling the question. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, signify by saying nay.
Nay.
All right, roll call.
Councilman Johnson.
Aye.
Councilman Hammer.
Nay.
Councilman Langevin.
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Aye.
All right, passes 4-1. We are now on item 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-12, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the coastal management element and intergovernmental coordination element of the comprehensive plan of the City of Palm Bay to adopt the Brevard County Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm opening up the public hearing, asking Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. If you recall, before the recess, we did the first read of this ordinance, and this is essentially just a consistency update to ensure that our emergency management protocols are in coordination, our coastal management element, our CME, and our intergovernmental coordination element, the ICE, are inconsistent with the Brevard County Emergency Management Plan. And if you recall, most of that language centered around in conjunction with, in coordination with, in cooperation with Brevard County. Really, it's essential that our NIMS and our emergency management is in alignment if we continue to want to receive FEMA funding and reimbursement in the event of a disaster. So we can have staff come back up if you'd like, but we have changed nothing since the initial reading.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Gentlemen, seeing none. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? All right, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2026-12.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
No.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. All right, we're on, passes 5-0. We're going on to number 6, public hearing number 6. I'm going to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Morton to
gonna
present the case.
Ask Ms. Carter. She is at the dais. Nothing has changed since the initial hearing unless it was directed by council, but I'll let Ms. Carter discuss.
This is a request for City Council's approval of housing activities to be funded with Home Investment Partnership Program funds during federal program year 2026. Brevard County has advised the city that Brevard County's Home Consortium will receive $1,071,743.52 in federal program year 2026 funds. Palm Bay's share is $225,494,000. No, 225,494.84, sorry about that. As he said, nothing has changed. This were the same projects that were presented to you on May 21st. The Citizens Advisory Board considered this on the 20th, and then you all approved the projects on May 21st. The city is required to conduct a public hearing, so the proposed use of home funds was advertised on June 2nd, 2026, for public comment for a period of 30 days. No comments have been received to date. This will be the final public hearing, which is also the expiration date for public comments. Staff recommends approval of the proposed projects and activities for program year 2026 home funds and authorization for the city manager to submit them for inclusion in Brevard County Home Consortium's Consolidated Action Plan for program year 2026. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to ask the audience, is there anyone in the audience that wish to speak for or against this item? Anyone by show of hands? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 7. I'm opening up the public hearing and deferring to Mr. Morton.
Thank you. Again, this is consideration of the fiscal year 2026, 2027 annual action plan and recommendations of programs and activities to be funded by the Community Development Block Grant. This, again, is also a final hearing. If you recall, we conducted the preliminary hearing, and essentially the request is for the approval of projects and activities proposed for the program year 26 through CDBG funding. And Ms. Carter, you're also here to speak on that one tonight.
Yes, I think you pretty much summarized it. The only other additional information I will say is the action plan explains the projects and activities the city will undertake during program year 2026 and describes the needs, resources, priorities, homeless special needs activities, and other actions the city will take to comply with Community Development Block Grant requirements. The action plan also serves as our grant application to HUD, to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. A list of the projects and activities were provided to you in the legislative memorandum. Staff met with the Community Development Advisory Board on May 20th, and then you all, the City Council, preliminary approved the projects and activities on May 21st. The proposed use of Community Development Block Grant funds was then advertised on June 2nd for public comment for a period of 30 days. No comments have been received to date. This is the final public hearing, which is also the expiration date for public comments. Staff recommends approval of the projects and activities for program year 2026 Community Development Block Grant funding and the Community Development Block Grant Action Plan, and authorization for the city manager to submit the plan for inclusion in the Brevard County Home Consortium's Consolidated Action Plan for 2026, and authorization for the city manager to execute all the necessary documents for the grant application.
Any questions, council? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? I know we have some local folks. Anyone wish to speak for or against? All right, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. We are now on unfinished old business. Deputy Mayor?
The appointment of 2 members to the Community Development Advisory Board. The ranking is done by the council body, and we currently have a tie due to one member not participating in the vote, but I believe it's due to a new business item number 3. So I make a motion that we table this ranking
Okay.
until a future date when new business item number 3 will be discussed and voted on tonight.
Or can we bring it back right during the same item?
Well, I say bring back July.
Well, I know there are 2 folks here that have been here all night.
Yeah.
But there's another members that aren't present that are on the list here.
I got you.
We can actually, I mean, if council is open for it, 2 are here on Community Development Advisory Board under this
Yeah.
one, but not that one, I don't believe.
Well, if we're
I say
gonna
we
table
table
one,
both.
we table both. All right, so we're moving this till next meeting? You're tabling it till next meeting? Is that the motion?
Yeah, I say we table it pending the discussion and approval or denial of new business item number 3.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what the conversation is going to look like, how the interview process is going to take place. So I would just recommend that staff just schedule them back at the most appropriate council meeting for an interview.
Okay, Councilman Johnson, you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, my only thing is that for the people who've waited since 6 p.m. For these boards, and they're here to speak, they can speak on their behalf. We can encourage them. We don't have to force them, but we can encourage them to grab a public comment card and speak on this item. But to just kind of push them off into the next meeting, I'm not really in favor of. If we table the one board, I understand.
Table
'Cause
both.
I think since they're here, we can make a decision with those who
Well,
are here.
this could be solved by, what's going on? Why are we at tie? Oh, Councilman Langevin, would you vote on one of these at least?
Well, my point is, I don't know any of them. I don't know anybody on the list, so I'm not going to put my name towards them. But that's why we brought up the item that's going to come up in just a minute. So I don't know if maybe we can just bring up the new business item, get it over with, and then do them if they're here, or if it's better to table them. But I'm not going to put my name on anybody that I don't know, so.
So most of the stuff that you want to do is to interview them? Is that correct?
Essentially, yes. I mean, I think the way that our process is written in the new business item is literally that they would just have 3 minutes to introduce themselves. We could ask them any questions, and then at that point, we at least have something to go off of to make a decision, opposed to just a name on a paper. I don't even know what they look like. I didn't even know they were here.
Yeah,
So-
so here's my question though, and since we're on this topic, right? We get these applications, right? We could choose to interview them, or we could choose to call them.
Well, it's not, quite frankly, it's not my responsibility to reach out. And there should be a formal process anyways. I mean, anytime you do anything, we didn't just, oh, well, if you want to be the city manager, call us. Like, no, if it's serious and for me and the deputy, I was going to bring this up at the appropriate time, but, me and the deputy mayor, we tried to trim some of the fat of some of these boards because we didn't even think that some of them were necessary, but you were kind of vetoed and said they're important. So if they're important, then we should have an important process, I think. And it's also kind of respectful to the people that are applying because, they kind of don't understand the process. Like, I just put my name in the hat and hopefully they pick me. It's like, no, this is a formal process. We've decided it's important. Let's give them the respect of giving them an opportunity to introduce themselves to us.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So,
you're not ready to vote on any of these?
no, not happening.
So thus we have a tie, gentlemen, so let's just table it. If anyone wishes to speak, I'm going to allow an opportunity to fill out a speaker card, I guess. You can come on in and start speaking. So who would like to address this board at this time? Well, come on in and we'll come on in and state your name, and then we'll take care of the other process.
Well, good evening. So my name is Aaron Rhodes, 1026 Pineapple Avenue, Northeast Palm Bay. I've been here since the second grade. So lifelong resident, for the most part, lifelong resident of Brevard. I was born in Titusville, moved down here, like I said, in second grade. I had the honor and privilege of working here for about 10 years as a firefighter before I moved over to Central Florida as a firefighter over there, but I never left the city of Palm Bay. My kids were raised here. I'm active and passionate in fire and emergency services, part of multiple boards. In the last few years, I've been heavily engaged in government relations for one of the chiefs associations. And that's opened my eyes to obviously a lot of the things that are going on across the state, but at the same time started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite because as I was watching all these things happen across the state, I realized I wasn't involved in my own hometown. So through that and through paying attention over the last, again, a couple of years of things that were going on, I happened to come across the fact that there were some vacancies here. To your point, I think it's great. I think they should be vetted. I think it should be, and one of the participants that got up earlier, spoke that there should be some educational processes. And I think that the opportunity to sit on an advisory board is the educational process, and there should be some input there that's guided by subject matter experts that are part of the staff. So I look forward to the opportunity, and I would be excited to see some formality brought to the advisory boards as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, come on up, sir. Oh, Mr. Price.
Honorable Mayor, Councilman, my name is Bill Price. I am a licensed contractor in the state of Florida, general contractor. I'm also the co-founder and chief financial officer of Price Family Homes. We're a custom build-on-your-lot builder here in Palm Bay. This city has given a lot to me. It's given a lot to my family, and it's about service, an opportunity to give back to this great city that's given us so much. I'm very passionate about housing as a builder, and I feel that my expertise, my experience, my knowledge will bring a great deal to the Community Advisory Board. I do think that the board serves a great purpose in allocating state and federal funding to disadvantaged and low-income people in this city. I think that my experience with financial stewardship of my own company would help provide a great overview and stewardship of the funds that we're trusted with at the advisory board. And I also believe that it's a great opportunity for me to provide service to the community. I don't claim to be an expert in community block grant funding or the homes or SHIP funds, but I am looking forward to the opportunity to learn and to bring my residential development and construction knowledge to the team.
Thank you. And I've publicly said that I've visited your homes. You build quality homes, and I really appreciate what you've done for our community. So thank you.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen.
One more, Mayor.
Come on up.
Oh, and actually Alexis is here as well, so.
Oh, Alexis is here? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Let's everyone will speak.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. First and foremost, want to introduce myself. My name is Sean Brooks. I own and operate a business locally here in Palm Bay, Florida. I am also a longtime resident, over 25 years in this county. I've also served on another board, which is Parks and Recs, a few years ago, for a couple years, and I was looking at some vacancies. I wanted to be impactful in my community, and through that, looking at community partnerships. I also have youth programs and that I run concurrently through my business. I have wide impact through our county. I'm rooted in our community. I help fund other organizations through my business itself, through donations to schools, through organizations. I've raised a lot of money through my small business that I have. With that being said, just because someone doesn't know exactly everything from the beginning doesn't make them not a great candidate. A lot of heart goes into things. And, I am a passionate person when it comes down to it. When it goes to what needs to be done and how it needs to be done, I am very, very wise in thinking outside the box, coming up with solutions that just don't traditionally fit, but they make sense. So I appreciate you taking my time. This was a long awaited thing, but I'm happy to be here and speak to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Langevin, I'll turn to you after we hear from our final applicant. And thank you all for being here, and moreover, thank you for your willingness to serve.
Hello, I'm Alexis. I actually go by my middle name, Robin, so that's why I put my first and middle name on the application. I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for the past going on 10 years. I worked at Vera Charter School. For the past 3 years, have worked in the virtual education because I'm a mom of 2 little kids. And so I've been home and working and multitasking and getting it done. And this upcoming year, I'll be back at Brevard Public Schools, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I'm very much a normal person. I do normal people things, and I think I represent a lot of people in Palm Bay, a lot of families. I care very deeply about making life better for kids, for families, and that's the reason why we moved to Palm Bay. Because it was affordable, it was safe for our kids. We wanted to build our family here, put our roots here, and yeah, I'm, like I said, a normal person, and I just want to serve my community.
Thank you, and thank you for being here this long. Again, thank you all for your willingness to serve our community. Really appreciate that. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, so I thought that was awesome. First off, thank you guys all for coming up and speaking, and it was awesome to get to know all of you. So I just thought that was a really cool process, and that's basically a rundown of how that new business item is supposed to work that's coming up in a minute. So now we've all seen it. So, but with that, what does the council feel like we should, delay it one meeting because one person wasn't here, or do we feel like we should just go ahead and finalize the vote tonight?
I would prefer we finalize the vote tonight.
Sir, yes, sir.
All you would have to do is rank it.
Yeah.
And I think you're the,
That's fine.
You're the split.
That's fine.
I mean, in fairness, I would like to change one of my rankings based on
So then change it.
Same.
Go ahead, change it. Y'all can change it. I ain't changing mine. I already know. I ranked it right. Did you change?
This one I don't want to change.
Oh. Anybody else wish to change? But Councilman Langevin could vote. Councilman Langevin, you could vote. You go ahead and vote, sir.
I'd like the clerk to add it up.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he can vote.
No, I'm saying you can't hand that one to each one of us because you can see everybody's vote.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I ain't voted already. You're not changing my vote.
It's all public record.
Did you want to vote?
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
That's the attorney.
She quiet right now. Are we in trouble? Oh, we good? All right, okay. She said.
In Tallahassee.
You're counting votes.
To the clerk.
Mayor, if you would like to move on through the rest of the agenda while I
Okay,
get
thank
that-
you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. We're now on new business item number 2. Madam Jones. And yes, I am going to the League of Cities in Hollywood in August.
Same.
Me as well.
Who else?
I would like to go as well.
Councilman Langevin, Hammer, Johnson, myself, and
That's the week of early voting, so I'll be staying in Palm Bay.
Copy that, sir. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your service. So you've got four members attending?
Yes, sir, thank
Do
you.
we have to vote on a delegate now?
Yes, please.
So we need to vote on the delegate, guys.
I would nominate our mayor for it if you're going.
Second.
Okay, so is that consensus? We're good? So we've got, all right, I'll be the delegate, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So is that all you need?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. Do you need a motion for this?
Yes, sir.
I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to have Mayor Rob Medina as our delegate for the August 13th through 15th Florida League of Cities Conference.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor, or by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 3. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, just briefly, we've covered most of it. I think it was, I do really think it was a awesome opportunity to hear from all of our residents. I think we have some awesome residents, and I wouldn't have known any of that if we hadn't have done that. And then another item that I didn't bring up earlier that I think is important is there is a little bit more transparency to the public, right? Instead of just like, oh, they just picked their friend or something. It's like, no, we have a formal process. You can see it if you go back and look at the videos. I think it's a good process. It's basically what we just did. They get 3 minutes to come up. We have the opportunity to ask some questions if we'd like. Then we vote. So it's pretty simple. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman, or Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and then Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, and if we need a motion for discussion on this, let me know and I'll circle back on it. But I think it's a great idea. I would like to add one other item to the language somewhere that if through 3 consecutive council meetings, if a council member has not appointed their responsible person to a board, then it immediately falls to an at-large position for the council body to appoint.
Okay. Yes. So okay, that's good. So did you want to handle that there now?
We can incorporate it into a motion. I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, are there any speaker cards?
Yeah, Doug Hook, and I think Councilman Hammer pinged in too.
Oh, Councilman Hammer, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate how amazing this idea is. I learned a lot about the people that I didn't know. And, there's been, I think we've done 4 or 5 different votes so far for people, and I only knew 1 or 2 of them. And as much as I can look people up or whatnot, it was pretty cool to find out things that, I had looked up and seen come to put a face to a name and whatnot. I think it's a great idea, and I'm for it 100%.
You never considered just looking over the applications and picking up the phone? I'm just asking, did you ever consider that? I'm just asking.
I feel weird about picking up the phone
Okay,
and reaching
okay.
out, but
Okay, copy that.
especially when it's not.
Understood, I just wanted to give that, that's how my mind works.
I feel like if they're excited about it, they would reach out to me. So
And I have had that too, so. Okay, so we have a speaker now, so
Yeah, we're going
do
to
we
finish
call?
one item. Right, we're going to finish Doug Hook?
No, we're already on this. Oh, yeah, we're going to finish Doug Hook. Yeah. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you,
You
Mayor.
bring it up. sir.
Yeah, I tried to. It's slow. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa. I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate y'all's consideration and what hopefully looks like moving forward with this project. It does give the citizens of Palm Bay that are interested in partaking in these volunteer citizen boards the opportunity to introduce themselves, get involved in civics. I think this is a great civics lesson overall. The one thing I would like to do tonight that I have done previously in the past when we've had Sustainability Advisory Board at-large positions, I would like to encourage the citizens that are applying for the Oversight Committee or the Community Development Committee to continue to be involved in this civics process. Although there are only 2 at-large positions that are being chosen tonight, their involvement as a citizen, coming to the board meetings, being involved, speaking up, partaking in that is just as valuable as being up on that dais and being on the board. So anybody who does come through this process in the future has an opportunity to introduce themselves to the city, speak their mind, get to know people. Even if you are not chosen, I highly, highly recommend and encourage them to continue to still be involved with the board that they want to be part of. Learn how everything works, learn how the government works, and hopefully when there's future positions, you'll be set up for success for something similar again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Deputy Mayor, now comes the part, let's have a motion here, Councilman Langevin.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Ricky Myers appeared in front of the dais, and the gentleman's sitting right there. He's the 5th applicant that didn't raise his hand. I don't know. I think
Okay.
I'll afford him the opportunity to speak.
Well, right now, we're discussing item 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
My
thank
bad,
you,
yeah.
thank you. We'll call on you next, sir. All right. Right now, so I'll need a motion. Councilman Langevin?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve our new process. And I guess I'll add the caveat for the deputy mayor in that motion to, if we don't appoint somebody within 3 meetings, then that position becomes an at-large position.
Now, part of your motion is the policy would be that they come before council and present, or you want separate interview process with them?
So the way that I think it's written in our staff notes is that they would come before, there's a specific time on the agenda, and then at that time, they have 3 minutes to make their argument. Yeah, so how it's written in the staff notes.
No, I just wanted to.
Second.
Okay. All right. Got a motion and a second. But we were waiting for him to get the caveat, the other caveat.
I just, one other, like, just housekeeping item, and it kind of showed itself tonight, but maybe there's 2 places in the agenda where they come up, the interview, and then we're able to rank, and the clerk can count to keep the meeting going, and then we can make the vote at a later time. So I don't know, like, where in the meeting process, like, the interview process would actually take place. Maybe right after public comments?
Maybe right after
after
or
cons-
right before public comments. Maybe we should handle that business right after or right before. Yeah.
Or during announcements.
I was thinking announcement.
When we announce the positions? That's
Well, we announced tonight, but we're not voting on those tonight, right? We announced on the fire pension board and another one, but those are for future.
correct. So he's saying we're now going to interview for these,
Following the announcements.
following those.
That makes sense.
announcements. Yeah, okay. Did you get that, Madam Therese?
A little confused exactly where do you want it?
So the interview process, or having those candidates come in and share their thoughts.
Yes.
Would be after the deputy mayor does announcements of future boards.
Perfect.
Right?
Got
And
it.
then from that point on, we'll rank them sometime during the meeting, and then you'll bring it back for the appointment.
Under new
Understood.
business or
Under new business or something
old
like
business.
Okay, are we clear on that?
We are clear.
Okay, we good?
I had something for that.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So under the caveat where we're discussing, I just want to make sure within that structure where it goes to at-large, it goes at-large just until the next appointment. It doesn't mean that person, for as long as the seat is alive, is automatically at-large now, so.
And he said like 90 days or something like that, you said, right? What was it?
Well, it usually runs till, like, concurrent with our term.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The next time
Yeah.
that someone's to appoint, it goes back to that seat.
Correct.
Where technically, if we just said that, it would mean that person loses a seat forever. So I
That's
want
not
to
the
make
intent.
sure it's in there.
Yeah.
It's only for that appointment and not forever.
Correct.
Copy that. All right, so I got a motion.
In a second.
Councilman Langevin made the motion, Councilman Johnson seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on item number 4, new business number 4. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief on this. I've spoken about it at a few meetings, and it's important for us as civic leaders, as council members, to also reflect on the things we did great and the things we did not so great. And one area that I could have done better job as a council member was with being consistent with charter evaluations. We find ourselves with turnover with city managers, turnover with staff here and there. But I feel when we have these charter evaluations, instead of trying to have it as a way to have a gotcha moment, it can be a way for, hey, how can we reflect to improve so we don't go to an awkward council meeting after an election or something of that sort. So I have done charter evaluations for all of our charter officers. There's only one officer I still have to meet with. I was supposed to meet with yesterday, but I had to leave because of family emergency. But I just want to make sure all of us are consistent per the contracts that we have with our charter officers, that we're supposed to be providing these annual evaluations, so that we're consistent to what our duty is as well. And it's iron sharpening iron aspect to it. So it's not just pointing the finger, but hey, this is what I recognize and what you're doing, an amazing job, but hey, here's some areas for improvement, just like, you know, a coach talking to his athletes. So that's all, Mayor. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, everybody's submitting their charter evaluations. This is the only time we can have discussions about it because the Sunshine Law, but I just wanted to put it out there and make sure everybody gets it in accordingly. Since a year's already happened for Mr. Morton and for our city attorney and city clerk, it was supposed to happen in April. So that's all, Mayor.
Thank you. You know, I've done them. I prefer that if I have an issue with them and I'm behind closed doors, I share my thoughts. And that's how I grow through this process, right? But I have done them. I think most of them don't mind my approach behind closed doors. Listen, if I need something, I'll give you an example with the city attorney. She's not gonna be undefeated, right? We all know this. Everything is legal until it's not, right? When it comes to that. So I'm from a different cloth. I like closed door conversations. I like to discuss those items, how pleased I am, if there's something that needs work. But right now I'm satisfied with the way things are going. And I deal with both Therese and the city attorney and our city manager behind closed doors. And that's how I like doing that. But I have completed evaluations on all 3 this year. But I preferred moving forward for myself to keep that dialogue between us. And if there's some disagreement, I'll come on the dais and I'll say it, if there's a disagreement. And that's just my leadership style, sir. That's just me. But I'm open to hear what other council folks have to say. Deputy Mayor, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I conducted a formal interview process or review process with the city manager Morton and submitted it for public record. And I've just had verbal conversations with the city attorney and none with the city clerk. And so, you know, I could do better there. But I'm to the point, Mayor, I'm like you. It's like if I see a shortcoming or something that needs improvement, sit down and have a conversation. I'm okay submitting some documents too as well that follow similar to what I did with Mr. Morton.
All right. Anyone?
I'll jump in because I will say I had the city clerk send it to me, and it says city and city manager recognize that the performance reviews are conducted in an open and public sessions of the governing body, and that the written performance reviews are public records. So what I'm saying is I'm not saying for us to come up here and, you know, hey, I like this about him or I like that about him, but either way, everything's gonna be public record. So I can see, okay, Deputy Mayor Jaffe me and him have an agreement on he did great on this, or, we had a disagreement on the city attorney with that. So that way, we're not just up here just putting them out for a show, but, so I understand where you're coming from, Mayor, but I was just saying, we're putting in our feedback, everybody's putting in their feedback, and we can grow from there,
Okay.
so.
Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in just briefly. You know, I also, kind of my personality and leadership style is more like yours, Mayor. So I understand where you're coming from on that regard. And I actually, you know, have not filled mine out yet, but I intend to. And the reason that I'm going to go, you know, support it and go into it is Councilman Johnson, being the longest serving one on here, I think has gone through, is it 3 firings of city managers? And so I understand where you're coming from and why you want that documentation, because it just makes it, you know, we're in a really good place right now, and I don't think that it's going to happen. But, you know, being through the experiences you've been through, I understand why you think it's important. So I'm going to go ahead and participate, even though I do have more of a style like the mayor's talking about. But that's all I wanted to add.
Councilman Hammer?
I keep on hitting the wrong button. I understand what Councilman Johnson is saying, and I have had my verbal conversations. I think this was brought up before where we all discussed having ours behind closed doors and having our personal feelings about our officers with them personally. With myself, you know, I don't like the fact that you can find out how I'm feeling about the city manager without having a discussion with me. I really don't like that. And that's why I feel like that, because where we do have, you know, the sunshine, you're reading how I feel about the city manager without being out here in the outside. You're finding out how I feel. So say something comes up to where we're talking about the city manager, and you have information on how I feel without it being broadcasted openly, where you know, I understand what you're feeling, and if we go that way, I get it. I have no problem putting my feelings into the words on the evaluations. But you know, I have my feelings to where I can write something, but how I feel is a completely different thing. I've had so many managers, like I could be the best player on the team, and they're just like, I don't give all 5s. And I just, you know, you can't always give all 5s. There has to be words and feelings that you introduce to that person that is between you and that person. Where, I mean, everything's public record. If you say, I don't like the way that his shoes looked that day, you have no clue what that can be turned into. And it can, like, they're going to live with that thing forever, to where it's just a personal feeling you're having. I'm down to write it all down, but I do prefer the behind closed doors and have my personal feelings and thoughts with that person.
Thank you.
I'm gonna jump. So I'm not advocating for us to do something different. I'm just saying I'm taking ownership on not being consistent on this in the past. So I'm saying let's just be consistent on what we're supposed to do. That's all. And in regards to the performance, on all my performances, I'm very high level, and in person I get more in detailed on what it is. So that's what I mean by that. So there's not feelings or emotion on it. It's, hey, this is the case, and in reference to this paragraph right here, this is what I'm referring to. So that's it. We had a discussion. I'm good, Mayor. We can move on. So
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So, Mr. Myers, I'm going to give you the opportunity to come up and speak now before we do anything else.
Good evening to the City Council, to the mayor, and to everyone in their respective places. Just wanted to give you an update. Thank you very much for the time on there. I was in the back earlier on there and outside when we had the overflow on there. I just wanted to give you an update. I have been involved in the schools, the social services. I've worked with the housing for homeless. So I know a lot about our community development, not only here in the city of Palm Bay, throughout the county. So I just wanted to give you that update on there, and to the other candidates as well with the same experience. I want to thank them for their time. Several of us have been here since, of course, since 7. Some have been here since a little before 6 p.m. But I do thank you for your time, and I thank you all for your efforts.
So thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you. So before we go to reports, can we go back and, do we have rankings for them?
Yes, Mayor, we have rankings. Based on the rankings, I make a motion to approve William Rhodes to the Essential Services Personnel. Do these require 2 separate motions, Ms. Clerk?
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson for William Rhodes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Carry on,
I'd like
next
to
one.
make, based on the ranking, I'd like to make a motion to approve William Price for the Community Development Advisory Board.
I'll second that. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Congratulations to Mr. Rhodes and Mr. Price. Again, thank you for your willingness to serve. To the other individuals, we look forward for your future application and your continued partnership with our city. It was a tough ranking, but now we have a new process. Please continue to want to serve our city. I really appreciate the heart, and quite frankly, we cannot do this by ourselves. We need your engagement and your input. So thank you so much for applying and going through the process. Thank you. At this time, we've got council reports. Councilman Langevin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have one item that I want to bring up, and to be fair, I actually am not 100% sure if I need consensus or if we need to bring it back for a more formal item. But I talked to the city manager about it a little bit. He asked me to bring it up with you guys. To me, first off, one of the things I've been very happy with the council at large and our city and our leadership is our faith and how we profess that, and how we pray. And I think that's very important. A lot of people think, that's a side issue. I think that, when you profess that we're a city of Christ, that He blesses that and rewards it. And so, just a very small thing to me that I brought up with the city manager that's kind of a cultural thing and I think would be good is on our emergency vehicles. I think on the police vehicle right now, I think it says something like connect, impact, serve or something. It's good words. They mean something, but without a real moral frame, those types of words don't mean as much. And so I want to move more towards like the sheriff's office does and some other departments do, where we put "In God We Trust" on our emergency vehicles, which also, so that for the legalists in here that say we're supposed to be secular, it's also the official motto of the United States of America, voted by Congress and approved by President Eisenhower in the 50s. So, which is why it's on so many vehicles. It's on the Brevard County Sheriff's Officers' vehicles. So I just want to bring that up with you guys, and I think it's important. It may seem small, but that's all.
So are you looking for consensus to?
Well, I guess we need to maybe ask, our staff if it's something we can just do via consensus, or if he needs to bring it back for a more, formalized process.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Morton?
Yes. We can put it's the national motto. It's also the Florida state motto. It's on our license, a lot of our license plates. I think probably the best way to go about that is just integrate that onto every new vehicle that we bring onto the fleet is probably a way to start if that's council's desire, rather than trying to retrofit a couple hundred vehicles. But just a suggestion.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, my question would just be the fiscal impact in the budget that it was going to be used from. So to the city manager's perspective, it's seems to be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we target those emergency service vehicles first as new ones come in, and then we can, establish what it's going to cost, what it looks like, work on that design. We have a phenomenal sign shop, and We make a lot our own decals and stickers, and so let us take a look at that and bring some ideas back to council, just so
Okay.
you see what we're going to do, and we'll roll forward.
You go with that, Councilman Langevin? All right. Sounds like a plan. We got consensus, gentlemen? Outstanding. Anything else?
That concludes. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. Councilman Hammer?
I have a few things, but I'm going to keep it short. First, I wanted to thank the council for giving me the ability to be part of the Nemo Gardens community garden that we have there. We have been working extremely diligent. Our sustainability council's been out there working with us. We've got the whole place cleared. We've got it cleaned. We've got some picnic tables out there. The residents are enjoying it. On July 11th, we're going to be renting a shredder, and we're going to be shredding up branches and stuff like that if anybody wants to come help. But we are going, we've got some mulch.
This Saturday, did you say?
July 11th.
Oh, July.
The 11th, correct? Yeah, July 11th. We've got some mulch donated. We've got a few things donated, and the community's really coming together. It's not 3 or 4 people. I think we had 14 or 15 people out there. And I mean, it was hot, but I mean, we got everything cleared, and I want to thank Mr. Hook. We're actually coordinated with MRC to come out there, cut and paint all the pepper trees, so we can eradicate the whole place from all the pepper trees. So I just want to thank everybody for giving me the ability to do that and the blessing to move forward on that, and it's really coming together. Secondly, I got to go on vacation, my first family vacation ever, and I got to go to Georgia, and one thing that I noticed when I went to all these different places is their character. There was something about every single place that when I saw it made me reminded. And the more that I think about it, the more I think about how Palm Bay doesn't have that. There's nothing in Palm Bay that breeds Palm Bay. There's nothing that, we don't have a sign, we don't have not a sign, we don't have something that, okay, that's Palm Bay, the compound. You know, I really want to move forward onto developing character. We don't have a downtown. We don't have anything. And there's a couple things that I'm working with the city manager on creating some character for our city. But I mean, even O'Galley has an art district. Like everywhere has something that makes them, and we don't. Sprawling development, that's what we have. And I mean, even if you go on Google and you look it up, you know, the things to do in Palm Bay are go to Chick-fil-A and meet this guy that's really nice. So, I mean, it was something that I learned on my vacation that I took to heart, and I really want Palm Bay to have a meaning other than, you know, a lot of people are moving here. So, yeah, that's it.
But, okay, I'm going to take you back. We were discussing e-bikes, and then you interchanged this thought process of what, so that's where I thought you were going.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute.
So, yeah, I'll go back to that. So prior, I discussed coming up with some ideas for e-bikes and low-speed vehicles and whatnot. Like I said, we have the actual company within our city that builds these low-speed vehicles that they can't even pull out of their driveway with them. So I was interested in seeing if that was something that you guys would like to approach later. I can work on something and bring it forward, some ideas, because you know, low-speed vehicles are a huge part of Florida, especially moving forward. Now we have the e-bike issues where you know, with the low-speed ordinances, these actually designate vehicles, not just cars, truck, anything that's up to 20 miles an hour. So it actually has regulations in these different municipalities that have registration, that have age limits, that have.
So, just so that I'm clear, Councilman Hammer, breaking it down for me, those low-speed vehicles, there's current ordinances, and you want to emulate those ordinances with the e-bike to create an e-bike ordinance? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just the e-bike ordinance, we will mix them in because they're all low-speed vehicles. One's just a car, one's just a bike.
So they don't have an ordinance. Other locations have ordinance.
Well, even the low-speed cars that are being manufactured here have an ordinance. But like, for instance, they can't travel on roads that are over 25 or 30 miles an hour. So they're on John Conlon, so they can't even pull out on a John Conlon. So, and then they're on the corner of John Conlon and Palm Bay Road, they can't pull out on Palm Bay Road.
What do they ride on?
They don't. They sell them to other cities that actually allow them. So.
Okay, so, all right, so you're looking at asking for consensus to work on that.
Asking for consensus to work on that, give it to the city manager and bring it back for discussion.
Are you a thumbs up on this?
I don't have an appetite for it, Mayor. I think it's going to be too challenging for law enforcement to enforce. I understand the safety behind it, but at the end of the day, I think parents need to be parents, and kids are going to be kids, and it's very. I follow the similar reasons why Governor DeSantis vetoed it at the state level, because I think it's too difficult to enforce, and it's going to increase surveillance of citizens. So, but that I don't have an appetite for it.
It's like tightness. I don't have an appetite, like he says, for it, because it's creating something. But all that to say, there's still an e-bike issue. And that's something that needs to be tackled. Councilman Johnson?
Are you for it, Chandler, or no? I mean, Councilman, sorry.
I'm always in favor of allowing a councilman to move forward, create a product, and then bring it back for a formal discussion, and not to just totally kill something at 11 o'clock at night when we're tired. But I will say that I've put some thought into it, and in general, right now, my leaning is with the deputy mayor and the governor for similar reasons. So I would like to give you the thumbs up to work on it because of how I feel about this kind of process of our meeting, but that is kind of where I'm at. So it doesn't sound like it's going to go very well unless you convince us otherwise.
Yeah. And to that very point, I'm for it as well. I do have concerns on us on making sure we're not over policing, but at the same point, if a catastrophe were to happen, this place will be packed and people will be like, what did you do, or what could you have done? And I wouldn't want us to be there. And it's a lot more likely with these e-bikes for accidents to happen when we've had deaths with kids walking and just on regular bicycles. So it increases the chance for something to happen. So I'm for you, Councilman Hammer. I don't want to waste your time like working on something, but at least we can put a valiant effort. And hey, who knows? There's been times when things have been brought up like chickens where we weren't sure if it was going to pass or not, and sure enough, it passed. So I say go for it if you feel that conviction.
Well, we're overvoted, so. Yeah, he said no, so.
I said, you probably won't have my vote on the day that you bring it, so if you want to waste your time on it, you can. But I'm not going to shoot you down for the same reason that Councilman Johnson just said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just for, for clarity, a lot of the reason why that policy was passed was also to respect staff's time. So staff's time's limited. We've been in an attrition effort with the city. Matt's brought in consultants to manage other things, to save money in other areas.
This is me. It's not going to be staff. It's going to be me. So.
Well, then I don't think you need a consensus to do anything on your own.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, copy that. Councilman Johnson, does that conclude your report,
Yes.
Councilman Ham?
Councilman
Johnson.
I'm about to look for a lot of consensus because I haven't seen y'all in a month and I missed y'all, and we about to get to work. So the first thing, first off, I want to thank Mr. Morton for our Chief Spears for shooting me over the policy for the flock cameras. I would like to, I reviewed it slightly, but I would like to go into detail a little more to see if we could strengthen it or see what could be done. And if something could be done, then I would like to bring it to council for consideration, just to make sure everybody's in the loop. So that's the first one. Second thing, discussion of the property tax referendum. It could pass, it could not pass, but I think we as a city should be proactive and not reactive. And whether that's us having a conversation, I don't know if it's Mr. Morton's appetite to speak on it at the upcoming budget workshop, and run hypotheticals of, hey, if it happens, then this is how much we're going to be losing and what that looks like on what services we're going to have to cut off. But this is something that we as a city, not being biased, but just being educational on the aspect, can be, hey, if this passes, this is what will be gone. Or if this, if this happens, this is what will be affected. So just wanted to have that conversation with the council. This is the only time we can have that conversation. It happened while we were on break from the month of June. So wanted your feedback and see what your appetite was with that topic.
Mayor, I'd be happy to go first. So I did review the flock policy. There's some of it that concerns me, so I'd be willing to, and my suggestion would be, we each, make comments, redline it, bring it back to the July 16th or August 4th meeting to, for some more discussion. And then to your second point about the property taxes, I think it's very clear. I think it's important that as council members, like, we don't take a position on for or against the property tax measure, that, that ultimate decision will be left up to the voters. But I like your idea about the education and scenarios, and, would like to hear Mr. Morton's position, and if something like that could be prepared for the next budget meeting, or when's the appropriate time that staff can put something together.
Mr. Morton?
Yes, I was actually planning on touching on it at our budget workshop next week, and
Okay.
then more deeply in August. And the point is well taken. Our conversations on the staff level have revolved around purely informational and really fine tuning the presentation. I don't want it coming off or us being accused of any discussion strategies. When you're in city manager school, so to speak, one of the foundational things you learn is decades ago they invented a strategy, congression, called the monument strategy, right? And so we saw this play out a few years ago during one of the omnibus bills. And what do? They put gates up around the Washington Monument. They put gates up and they scare everybody. Oh, we're going to close this down. So I just want to present clear, rational outcomes that are likely potentials in the decision-making matrix in relationship to our millage rate and future potential millage rate, and what that honestly looks like in terms of revenue and or operations loss. And I think it is good for you and the community to start to understand the complete nexus of difficult decisions that would be made in a budget loss scenario, and to just drive the point home that, for every budget line item, there is a constituency. For every budget line item, someone, right, it wants it and wants to defend it. So it will be difficult. So we're going to touch on it and just try to present clean, factual information, some early takeaways, and then ultimately it'll be a very long conversation as a council with your community on what those ultimate changes in service are not if it passes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. A few more items. I'm going to tee it back over to you, Mr. Well, I'm not going to tee it back over to you, Mr. Morton, but I will say me and Mr. Morton have been in discussion in regards to our procurement process. Over the past 8 years, I'll get emails from businesses on how they can do business with the city. I forward them to the procurement department, or forward them to the management, or forward them to whoever, to kind of get them educated. One thing that was brought to council a few years ago, and at that time I had voted against it, was local preference by former council member Peter Filiberto. We have Mr. David Gregan and we have Mr. Morton. They have experience in this. I would like for council to consider, even if it's not like how it was before, but some way we can make Palm Bay more business friendly in regards to doing business with the small businesses here. So what that looks like, I'm not sure. I'm leaning on the experts who've been doing it for some odd years. So, but I just would like consensus for us to move in that direction.
Deputy Mayor, you were weighing in already?
So service level feels good, it looks good, it sounds good. But the bigger issues in Palm Bay is we have a lack of response of bidders across the board and all scopes, local or non-local. And I think if we add this restriction in place, it will further hemorrhage the staff's ability to get quotes. I mean, we saw it on the Ken Green Park just to get tree quotes, one bidder, right? And so I think that sounds good. You know, I've done work for municipalities where they even had like requirements that you had X number of employees in addition to you being a local business. X number of employees had to live in a 1 mile radius, 2 mile radius, 3 mile radius to even be considered for the bid. And then a lot of times that language gives the local preference a 5% added profit advantage to the process because they are local. So the advantage they get is they get awarded the bid at a slightly higher price than the lowest responsible bidder. So I'm not a fan of the local preference. That's just my position.
And again, I hear you, Deputy Mayor Jaffe, but again, I'm just looking to give staff direction, specifically, I don't want to put him on the spot right now unless he has something, but I feel confident that they can come with something that council can agree upon that will be beneficial, because the local businesses are the ones that are spending local, they're buying local, and that's how you circulate that local economy. So that's what I was looking at.
Councilman Ham?
I think the only one that's going to be able to answer this is Therese, maybe. But I want to say in 2007, 2008, maybe, there was a local preference, but it was administrative. It wasn't anything that came from here, if I remember correctly. And I know it was, I want to say it was, God, who was it? Maybe it was the mayor that did a proclamation that we do business with Palm Bay businesses. It might have been a proclamation, if I remember correctly.
Of course, I keep excellent records, so I found that in 2008, there was a resolution adopted by council for a local purchasing preference policy.
So where does that put us? Is that you saying you're a yes to this, Councilman Hammer?
I'm definitely a yes, but I want to make sure it still falls within the guidelines of what this council believes in, because I do also believe that we should hear what everybody has to offer on bids. We are trying to get business here in Palm Bay, and I don't want to limit other businesses from coming here. So I would like to see, like I remember it, but I don't remember the guidelines. So I would definitely like to have that brought back up for discussion. I'm cool with that, but I do remember it happening and would like to approach it because, you know, I think we do need to foster our business here in Palm Bay and like to keep our money that we spend here in Palm Bay. But on the backside, I do understand that we need to bring business here to Palm Bay and get the best service that we can. I mean, obviously, I think one of our best vendors we've ever had is, I don't know where Cathcart's from, but if somebody came in and they had a hand up on Cathcart, yeah, there's two ways of looking at it, where I like the vendor performance reviews and have those on file, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to interject at this time. I got 20 minutes to conduct this meeting, and I'm navigating 4 different personalities here. So with that being said, I'm going to interject, and I'm going to say that right now procurement has their hands full, and they've got a task already that's been given by our city manager. So I'm not comfortable bringing this local issue going when it's been challenging to get bids on issues that we need. We have to be aware of staff time, gentlemen, and in creating another policy, creating other distractions, we're taking them away from other efforts that they should be hitting knocking it out of the park. That's where I'm at right now. We could sit up here and say, let's do this, let's do that, but let's be considerate of what they're trying to accomplish right now. And like you said, we've got other issues going on. There's going to be, we've got budget coming on. So I just want to hone us all in and focus on the task at hand. Does that conclude your report, sir?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Bring
Like,
on.
like I said,
Well,
it's
I got
been-
19 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'll move quick. All right, so I believe I speak for all the council that overtime has been a concern for everybody. I've spoken already to the chief, and I would like for us, and I've also looked at other municipalities and how they've conducted the security of their city halls, and I would like for us to look at, and I got a thumbs up from the chief when we spoke, but I would like for us to look at an RFP process for a private security firm in regards to the city hall.
I would just be open to removing the officer from City Hall and just putting them out on patrol. I mean, the police department's right next door, similar to what we did with the SROs in Brevard County Schools.
Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as the deputy mayor. And obviously Councilman Johnson is trying to have a good compromise and he's trying to think of the security of the city hall. But to me, it's like people are in that building from 9 to 5 and the police department is right next door to that. And there's people in that building that are working 9 to 5. And then we have security measures on the doors of people's offices. But more importantly, we have a great policy that lets our civilian staff members carry to work. So, I mean, to an extent, it's like, I think that we are, we have one of the lowest per capita police per resident right now. We're trying to grow a new squad. To me, it makes more sense to just put the officer out on the street, if that's the conversation. But I've always told Chief, I said, that's, at the end of the day, I'm leaving that up to Chief. But if we're bringing it up here to the council, that's just my personal opinion that we don't need to really pay a private security officer. We just need to put that guy back out on the road and have some sort of system maybe where there's a radio to the police department or just say, if something really happens, call 911, but you're allowed to carry at work. So that would be my opinion.
Then I'm fine with that. Last one, and I'm done, Mayor. In regards to how our meeting flows and everything, I would like to go back with bringing back the second public comments at the end of the meetings. But I would also, which may not be as favorable, but I feel this would increase community engagement, I would like to remove proclamations from the city meetings. I find myself a lot of the times when I'm delivering proclamations, yes, I've done them here, but so more often I'm going into the community, I'm going to Bukowska, I'm going to other areas to deliver the proclamation at their place of business or at their, wherever it is that they congregate. I still want us to keep recognitions. I still want to keep the mayor's business spotlight because that's big. I just ran into Jesus earlier today, and he's gotten business from it. So I think that's a big value. But in regards to proclamations, I think us taking it off of the agenda, that helps us in regards to getting to the city business faster, but it also encourages us to be bigger participants in community engagement for the organizations and where they congregate. So I want consensus from the council on that.
I'm a no on the proclamations. I'm a yes on the public comments at the end of the meeting.
I echo that.
So, we streamlined the proclamations sometime last year. Early in my career as serving on council, I had a similar sentiment of as Councilman Johnson, and now that I'm seasoned somewhat, we have a civic duty, I believe, and Palm Bay proud, and I think the 3 that we allow per meetings, I think it's important to the community members that ask for us for them to be recognized. I'm as like you, Councilman Johnson. I have taken proclamations off-site. And read them, and they had a great effect there. But I think it's really something important that we should continue to do. And then I'm open as well to adding second comments back at the end of the meeting and expanding it to second reading only, second comments only to non-residents. Not during first public comments, only, we handle the business of the city, open up the meeting at the end to a second comment section, and then allow non-residents to speak at that time.
At that time?
At that time.
But other residents could speak as well?
Correct.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm willing. I love the idea of bringing them back. I didn't want to see them go. So you got consensus on bringing them back. Anyone else?
You don't want my opinion. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm joking a little bit. I voted to get rid of them at the end. I stand with my vote. I don't care. It's the end of the night. We need to finish business and go home. You can call me if you need to call me.
Copy that. Mr. Ham?
I'm all for it. I don't care how late we're here.
All right, cool. So Deputy Mayor Jaffe, you're next, sir.
I yield my time, Mayor.
Copy that. And the countdown begins, because I got 10 items. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Hey, listen, Saturdays, we're celebrating 250 years. 250 years of prosperity, this nation, what those individuals went through. Oh, and this is the benefit that we all shared today. It's a huge celebration this coming Saturday. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it doesn't rain on our parade, but Zambelli's going to provide outstanding fireworks. With that being said, I'm going to speak on Mr. Councilman Hammer's issue regarding we have no downtown and such like that. He went on this. Listen, I know for a fact that we've got the best fishing, bass fishing, out within our nation. And we should capitalize on that, Mr. Moore. Not what that looks like. I know I shared my thoughts with the TDC, and they're going to try to advertise that more. But we have huge tournaments that come to the city of Palm Bay. We should be capitalizing on that economically. And let Palm Bay be known as a place to come and do bass fishing. That being said, I'm going to conclude by saying, listen, let's go celebrate 250 years. 250 years of good loving. It's unbelievable, and I yield my time. Mr. Morton. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Morton. No, we're done. Madam Attorney.
And nothing further. Good night.
Outstanding. This meeting's adjourned.